had to get up hella early for these things. Early vanish. Where the fuck did Clunk go? It is a early first stream, Vana. This is the first stream for today. And it's like 5:40 in the morning. He was consumed. We'll watch the Nintendo Direct first, and then I'll do my Enfield dailies. And then I'll stop the first stream, and then later we'll do the second stream where we do the Dragon Quest 7. Where's your Soulsy Club? There it is. Anything you're expecting from today's Nintendo Direct? Not really, I didn't realize I was there till your stream. Yeah, usually I'm fucking asleep for these. Nintendo Directs are super early for me. So, you're hearing my straight morning voice right now. Early stream, yes, it is. Good morning, Shadow Wraith. And it is Nintendo Direct time in like 10 minutes or something. Is there a YouTube upload today? If there is, I gotta make the thumbnail before I forget. Or no, it's on tomorrow. I still gotta make the thumbnail for that though. Excuse me. Are you expecting anything from today's Nintendo Direct, Shadow Wraith? I saw like Deltarune in like the chat when I pulled it up. Though I don't know if I am expecting anything. Maybe like demos for some of the games coming out this year. Anything Xeno related? Oh yeah. Because they are working on another Xeno game, aren't they? I don't know if they'll announce it though. Here's hoping. Here's hoping we'll see something. I'll even be happy with like a teaser for a Xeno game. Not like a full-on trailer or anything. Pokopia is supposed to come out March, so maybe something for that. Nintendo doesn't really do demos, so I don't think I'll expect a demo announcement for Pokopia. Anything else? Oh, Fire Emblem Fortunes Week, they might say something, but I don't know. It's mainly supposed to be a partner showcase, like for indie games, right? Or not made by Nintendo games. I'm so tired. I need like another hour of sleep. Why'd you guys wake me up so early for this? I blame you. Oh, he's in Xenosaga jail. Oh. I was still attached to the sound? I didn't even realize. Sorry. Make sure it's maxed. Well, it's starting now, isn't it? 5 minutes early? I don't know. No, not yet. I thought they usually did it 5 minutes early, but I guess not. Hi, Cookie. It's Nintendo Direct time. If I see something I like, I can't be too loud. It's super hella early. I'll wake people up. Can't mold like last night. I don't think I have the energy to. I think I'm too tired to mold. 4 more minutes. My only guess is probably Yakuza 3 remake. If that's what you want, we hope you'll get it. 2 more minutes. Is Club Soulsy animated? Hold on, I think I just realized something. Nope, that's me. Wrong one. It is! I didn't even know that the little Soulsy tail has like a tail wiggle. No, it's Soulsy! Oh. Or is he right there? There you go. One minute. 30 seconds. Hold on. I'm gonna... There we go. Take off my bows. There. You have to go already? It just started. I hope your niece is okay. Go take care of your niece.
Deep in space, a research station was suddenly struck by a cosmic storm.
Okay. Damn.
15 years later, its survivors are living peacefully. But the threat of another cosmic storm is coming up fast.
Oh yeah.
Maki and Omura, two
Adomo's
young
gonna like this
explorers,
one.
must now brave galactic dangers and save all that's left of their home. Teamwork is key in this 2-player co-op adventure. you'll need a few tools to survive. The scrap hook grabs and moves platforms so you can carve a path forward.
I really like the art style though.
The liquid launcher blasts water to activate
Very
mechanisms
retro.
and cool down scorching surfaces. And the beam cannon fires a stream of super hot heat to destroy obstacles, open doors, and more. Use the tools together, and you might discover unexpected solutions to puzzles. While exploring, you can encounter strange life forms, or opt for a detour and take a little travel break. With GameShare, 2 players can adventure together locally or online if one person has the game. Can these 2 brave explorers save their home? Orbitals launches exclusively on the Nintendo Switch 2 system this summer.
Hello, everyone.
No date,
Welcome
almost
to
gonna be
today's
sad.
Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase. In this presentation, we'll be focusing on games from our publishing and development partners coming to the Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch systems. What you just saw was Orbitals, launching exclusively on Nintendo Switch 2 this summer. We hope you're looking forward to this intergalactic co-op puzzle adventure. Okay, let's take a look at some upcoming Nintendo Switch games.
Is that Ace Attorney? No, it doesn't look like Ace Attorney art style. It kind of does though.
In the waters of Issei Bay, on an island where legends of mermaids have been passed down, a tale of mysteries and curses stirs.
Oh no.
The latest Paranormacite mystery adventure is coming to the Nintendo Switch system. The story follows Yuza Minakuchi, a boy who works as a pearl diver.
I never heard of
One
this
day,
game.
while gathering on the seafloor, he encounters another version of himself. This phenomenon is just the beginning. Soon, other strange incidents begin to plague the island. A girl with no memories, strangers searching for treasure, and a housewife investigating victims of drowning. Speaking to those involved is a natural part of the investigation, but you'll also need to search deep within the waters of Issei Bay.
Like
As each of their
supernatural Ace
motives
Attorney?
intertwine, the story connects to the mermaid legend told centuries ago. Paranormacite, The Mermaid's Curse, launches on Nintendo Switch, February 19th. Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop. Battle for World Glory! A new Captain Tsubasa game is kicking its way onto Nintendo Switch. Choose from a roster of over 110 characters, representing 22 teams.
I didn't expect it to get a
Score
second
with
game.
powerful shots from the original work, as well as newly added special moves that give passes, blocks, dribbles, and tackles a boost. Go on the offensive against elite competitors as you aim for victory. Gear up for sensational soccer action when Captain Tsubasa 2 World Fighters launches on the Nintendo Switch system this year. Next up are games heading to Nintendo Switch 2, including some games that will also be available on Nintendo Switch.
Okay.
A life or death fight for survival begins. It was a normal day until a
Tokyo
kingdom
Scramble?
befell the city of Tokyo. As the dust settles, our protagonist Anne discovers
series still
an
aired? The Captain
underground
Tsubasa?
world deep below the metropolis.
I don't know.
But she's not alone. Creatures called Xeno
I never
populate
watched the
unknown
anime.
expanse.
Jurassic Park?
If you're found by a Xeno,
That's not an alien, that's just a straight up dinosaur.
fighting is not an option, so quick thinking and decision making are vital to your survival. Analyze their patterns, and find the best route to make your escape. Activate traps in each area to lure and ensnare any stalking Xeno.
Oh my god. Damn, that guy got a concussion from that crane.
4 players can share controls, including Anne's movement and camera adjustments. Whether locally or online, coordinating with your friends is key to making it out alive.
But what if your friends straight up sabotage you?
Survive the subterranean depths in Tokyo Scramble, launching exclusively on Nintendo Switch 2.
She was not
February
making
11th.
that jump. Did you see how
Pre-orders
high that
begin
was?
Later today on Nintendo eShop. Awaken your Viking spirit. Battle, build, and conquer in this massive survival game. How you go about it is entirely up to you. You could start by gathering materials around the woods.
This is an old game that's being
Fashion a
ported?
bow
Looks
and
crunchy.
arrows to hunt wildlife and prepare meals. With an axe,
Or is it
you
just
can
the art
chop
style?
trees to build a house. Yikes! Don't get hit by falling trees.
Hi, Salvador. Good morning.
Build pillars, install beams, construct walls, make the roof, and even add a fireplace. Now you're safe, even from the cold. Wait, is this ventilated? Don't forget the chimney too. By upgrading your crafting stations, you can make items of higher quality. And once you've built a ship, set sail on the high seas to reach new lands and create even more strongholds.
Looks like,
Plus,
wow,
up to
it
10
looks
players
crunchy.
online can explore this vast world together.
This is a port, right? It's not a remake?
Now, go forth and survive in Valheim, launching on Nintendo Switch 2 this year. Find your way forward in these games.
Port.
Return
Hollow
to the
Knight.
kingdom of Hallownest and fight back the infection in this upgraded modern classic. Dodge, dash, and slash through this 2D action adventure platformer. Now with enhanced visuals and improved frame rates
Adidas.
on Nintendo Switch
Sure.
2. Equip charms to enhance your abilities and deal magic damage using upgradable spells while exploring the vast interconnected map. Descend into a world of insects and heroes.
Dung
when
Defender.
Hollow Knight Nintendo Switch 2 edition launches on
I gotta get back
Nintendo
to
Switch 2
Silk
later
Song.
today. Nintendo Switch 2 players who have Hollow Knight on Nintendo Switch can upgrade to the Nintendo Switch 2 edition for free with the upgrade pack. eFootball, reborn from Pro Evolution Soccer, is coming to Nintendo Switch 2. Build out your club, sign legendary players, and compete in tournaments around the globe in World Tour mode. Join an exciting competition where national teams face off every 4 years in the International Cup Tournament. Or play with friends locally or online to prove
Who
who's
still
at the
plays
top
these
of their
games?
game.
This gotta be an EA
Experience
game.
the excitement of soccer and aim to be the best in the world when eFootball Kickoff launches on Nintendo Switch 2 this summer. Travel through 4 ages in a brand new
Elliot!
HD 2D
Yes!
action RPG. Explore the age of Seiji,
Tell me the day.
the hero Elliot's own time.
I don't care, just tell me
The
the
age of
release date.
Reconstruction, when humans nearly went extinct.
Tell me the release
The
date.
age of magic, a time when spells flourished. And the age of budding, the birth of human civilization. In each age, the scenery and citizens of Elliot's hometown will change. You can also obtain some weapons and magic unique to certain time periods.
Yeah.
A story spanning time will soon begin. The Adventures of Elliot. The
June?
Millennium Tales launches
Hell
on
yeah.
the Nintendo Switch 2 system June 18th.
Count the days,
Have
chat.
a blast with Super
We're playing that
Bomberman
game.
games from the Super NES era. Play the first Super Bomberman, through to the culmination of the series, Super Bomberman 5, including titles previously unreleased worldwide. The Famicom versions of Bomberman and Bomberman 2 are also included. Plus,
I don't think I've
there's a
ever actually
brand
played
new Boss
any
Rush
of the
mode,
Bomberman games.
as well as game share support. Super Bomberman Collection launches on Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch later today. The
Then that implies
unknown
he's just
journey
straight up bombing
continues.
random innocent citizens.
Back then.
The second entry in the Final Fantasy VII Remake series is coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
What happened? He's alive.
In pursuit of his arch nemesis Sephiroth, Cloud Strife and his comrades escape the city of Midgar and embark on a journey across the vast world.
I still haven't played Rebirth.
Traverse the planet on chocobos, wheelies, in a buggy, or other modes of transportation. Team up with allies in battles, blending action and strategy.
But if we do, it's not gonna be on the Switch. Because
If
this
you'd like
looks...
to focus on
I don't know if it's the
story,
video
there's
quality,
also a
but
boost
this looks
function to
crunchy.
make combat easier.
Or if
You'll
that's
also
like the
find
actual gameplay
various
that they're showing.
activities scattered across the world, allowing you to take a break from the action.
You're mine.
And as you interact with your allies, their affinity toward you will grow and impact how the story unfolds. What fate awaits Cloud and his crew in their pursuit of Sephiroth? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth launches on Nintendo Switch 2, June 3rd. Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop.
Vitals stable. Awakening subject. Hugh Williams.
While investigating a lunar research station, an injury befalls spacefarer Hugh Williams.
Are you sure his last name is
With him
Among Us?
Diana, an android called a Pragmata.
There you are. All better.
Hello, child.
Classified as unauthorized intruders, the two are targeted by the station AI, which sends enemy bots after them.
Come on, gun work.
These bots have near impenetrable armor,
I think I can help.
but with Diana's hacking skills, you can break down their defenses.
Initiating hack.
What the heck was that?
By moving
You have
the
to hack
cursor
in the
through
middle of
panels
combat?
toward the green goal, you can hack the enemy bots.
There's no time to explain. Shoot now.
Once their weak points are exposed, fire away.
I hacked it.
Depending on the nodes
You have to
pass
hack
through,
in the middle
you
of
can
combat?
modify the damage
Especially with multiple
effects.
enemies?
Each split-second decision can change the outcome of battle.
Energy levels.
What truths will the two find in this AI-controlled lunar station?
So it's not one of your pot buddies?
Overdrive protocol. Initiate.
Yeah, baby, we did it! This is how we say good job.
And what will Diana learn on this journey? Pragmata launches on Nintendo Switch 2, April 24th. A demo will be available later today on Nintendo eShop.
Okay.
We hope you're looking forward to fast-paced combat and exploration.
Maybe I'll play
with
the
a unique
demo.
combination of hacking and shooting.
I don't really like
Let's
shooter
continue
games.
with more headlines. Journey to the Lost Lands.
Ah!
Become
Jesus
a
Christ.
legendary Turok warrior in this intergalactic action shooter. To stop an alien threat from destroying all human life, you'll journey solo or with a team of warriors online and battle all sorts of primal creatures in ferocious combat. Swap between first-person and third-person perspectives as you unleash weapons, melee attacks, and special abilities to devastate foes. Extract DNA from fallen enemies and the environment to upgrade your arsenal, evolve your mantle, and unlock even more abilities called Echo Sinks to gain a greater edge in combat.
Okay.
As you venture across breathtaking worlds, you'll unravel the mysteries that ultimately hold the key to saving humanity. Turok Origins launches on Nintendo Switch 2 this fall. Uncover the truth of Xanadu. In a Japan where Kyoto is the capital, another world exists that's encroaching on our own. A world where monsters roam free. A boy named Rei must use his newly awakened powers against the threat as he joins Hirasaka Academy, a school for gifted students. The Academy's goal? Conquer Xanadu, the great labyrinth rumored to be the origin of this other world.
This looks like a weird.
While traversing the labyrinth, hone your abilities and reshape the terrain to expand the range of your exploration. Then, take on dangerous enemies.
This like looks like a Shin Megami Tensei and like a Rune Factory
Use your powers to
combination or
overcome
something.
foes. Outside the labyrinth, improve your stats. And spend time with your friends as you prepare to conquer Xanadu.
No, it looks exactly like a Shin Megami Tensei and Rune Factory
Discover
combo
the
game.
truth when Kyoto Xanadu launches on the Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch systems this summer.
If there's a demo, I'll check it out.
Check out these anime-style games.
And amazing
It's time
games.
to evolve in the latest Digimon story game.
Hi,
One
Itzy.
day, a powerful blast causes the world to collapse and sends you 8 years into the past. With over 450 Digimon to collect, adventure through the human world and digital world to save the future. And on
We were
Nintendo
playing
Switch
this
2,
game.
you can select quality mode, playing in 4K at 30 frames per second, or performance mode, playing in full HD at 60 frames per second. Digimon Story Time Stranger launches on the Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch systems July 10th.
I like
Pre-orders
this game,
begin
but
later today on Nintendo eShop.
before we banned that guy, it
High in the
just
Sky is soaring
it put
in.
a weird taste in
Form
my
your
mouth. I
party
haven't
from a
played it
roster of
since.
over 20
I'll go back to
characters,
it
each
if
with
you guys
their
are
own
interested.
fighting style. Channel the power of teamwork and summon mighty primal beasts to vanquish your enemies.
And that's what happens when
You
you're
can also team
too,
up in local
like,
or online multiplayer.
what do you call it? Like, I get you're super into the game, but if you're like too rude about it to like the person playing it, then you're just gonna ruin it for
Grand
them.
Blue
And that's
Fantasy
exactly what
Remake
happened to me, you
Endless
know.
Ragnarok launches on Nintendo Switch 2, July 9th. The latest Monster Hunter Stories game
Magma will like
is
this.
flying in. Your monster allies, called Monsties, can learn special abilities through a ceremony called the Rite of Channeling. Raise your Monsties as you travel the world. The lands lie on the brink of disaster. Monsters are on the verge of extinction. And the riders trying to save the world will have to contend with an even greater threat. Monster Hunter Stories 3 Twisted Reflection soars onto Nintendo Switch 2, March
Magmo.
13th.
Magma's still
A
asleep.
demo will be available later today on
And a
Nintendo
demo?
eShop. Save data can be transferred to the full game once purchased.
What was it,
New
March?
titles are joining the archives. Rave Racer, published by Namco in 1995,
There.
speeds into the Arcade Archives 2 lineup. Aim for first place in a race against your rivals. And Get ready for a new line of home console titles. Console Archives is on the way. Doraemon.
Oh my god, is Doraemon that old?
Sonic Wings Special. And more will be released over time. The first wave of Console Archives titles includes Cool Borders and Ninja Gaiden 2, The Dark Sword of Chaos. These titles will be available on Nintendo Switch 2 later today.
Oh my goodness. But wait a second. Was that Tales of Arise? I know they only have so much time, but I hate this the quick ones that they do here because I could barely keep up. Oh. Wait, what was that game? Go back. What was that card one? That one would kind of look interesting.
Wake up, little June.
Why are you hiding?
Let's make some noise.
Yeah. Beyond the Dawn edition? Cul-de-sac.
We found another body. I need your eyes on the crime scene.
Wasn't? Yeah, this is Resident Evil. I
When
forgot
a
it was
string
coming
of
out on the
mysterious
Switch
deaths
too.
occurs across America. FBI analyst Grace Ashcroft is captured by the suspect while investigating the case.
What is it doing to me?
In her
Grace is
attempt
the
to
daughter
escape,
of
Grace comes
the
up against unknown
one from
threats.
Village, right?
A limited supply of healing items and ammunition are at her
No,
disposal.
that's a different one. Wait,
Will
no or
she
yes?
confront the threats head on, or save her ammo for the next encounter? For Grace, impending doom is always close at hand.
Yeah, to the no. Okay.
Meanwhile, another agent working for an anti-bioterrorism organization is also on the case. Leon S.
Leon.
6 survivors of Raccoon City, all dead from the same thing.
With his physical prowess, Leon can parry an opponent's attack.
He is not
then
parrying a
strike to break
goddamn
stunned
chainsaw with a
opponent's
gun.
stance in close quarters combat. He can fire
That
from a
chainsaw would've ripped through that
distance
gun if it was
using
real
handguns
life.
and rifles. Or use an enemy's weapon against them. Leon has a varied arsenal of attacks at his disposal. This game features both third-person and first-person camera perspectives, and you can change your perspective at any time. There are multiple difficulty options available, including a mode for less experienced players that features aim assist.
Oh, so if I'm terrible at shooting,
Guide Grace
the game
as
will
she
shoot for
attempts
me.
to escape
Or something.
unprecedented terrors, and Leon, who relies on strength to carve his own path. What will they discover when their fates intertwine? Resident Evil Requiem launches on the Nintendo Switch 2 system February 27th. Pre-orders are available now on Nintendo eShop. Resident Evil 7 Biohazard and Resident Evil Village will also be available the same day. Horror-filled excitement awaits, whether you play these games or Resident Evil Requiem first. Plus, a Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller featuring original art is releasing alongside the games. Amiibo figures of Grace and Leon will also be available this summer. You can scan them to receive in-game weapon skins.
Oh, they don't do cartridges anymore, but they're still doing the amiibos.
Resident Evil Requiem, the
Sure,
latest
Nintendo.
entry in the Resident Evil series, is launching later this month. You can also look forward to a creator's voice video featuring a member of the Resident Evil Requiem development team. The video will release in the near future. Next is our last announcement.
Last one. Oh god, if it's
Hey,
Xenoblade, it has to be
everybody, from
now.
all of us here
Fuck!
at Bethesda Game Studios. If you're like us, Nintendo has meant so much to you from your early days of
No
gaming
Xenoblade.
to now. It was incredible for us to partner on the original Switch, and it was just such a great piece of hardware and also so personal when you play. We're excited to finally bring a number of our franchises for the first time to Nintendo. We hope you all enjoy the journey.
Vault Dwellers, welcome home. Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition is emerging on Nintendo Switch 2. Scavenge, shoot, build, and create alliances as you reshape the wasteland and what remains of civilization. Every choice matters. Fancy yourself a smooth talker or pining to pump up your power armor? Choose from hundreds of perks that fit your playstyle. Every road leads
I saw
somewhere
some people
new,
thought
from the
Deltarune
heart of Diamond
would be in
City
here,
to the shadowy
but
corners of
no
forgotten
Deltarune.
vaults. The Commonwealth is packed with stories waiting to be uncovered. In addition to the base game, experience 6 official expansions and over 150 Creation Club items to expand your adventure. Grab your Pip-Boy and traverse the wasteland in Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition, launching on Nintendo Switch 2, February 24th. Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop. The year is 1937. Sinister forces are on the hunt for an ancient power, and only
I didn't know
one
Indiana
person
Jones had a
can stop
game.
them. Embark on a globe-trotting cinematic adventure in Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Set between the events of Raiders of the Lost Ark and The Last Crusade, Indy will journey around the world to uncover the mystery behind the Great Circle. From the pyramids of Giza to the sunken temples of Sukhothai and beyond, use your wits to infiltrate historic areas and solve fiendish puzzles. Or use your whip to face off against dangerous foes and explore a world full of daring escapes and unforgettable encounters. Adventure calls when Indiana Jones and the Great Circle launches on Nintendo Switch 2, May 12th. Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop. Explore the vast landscape of Cyrodiil in The Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion Remastered. Experience this renowned open-world RPG now on a Nintendo system for the first time. Freely customize your character to match your playstyle. Then adventure amongst an unforgettable cast of characters.
By the grace of the gods, I serve.
Can you tell how
Tamriel
I'm
Azula.
interested I am?
And fight back the Daedra to close shut the jaws of Oblivion.
I bet you can hear it in the
Master
silence.
ranged or melee weapons. Wield powerful magic or use stealth skills to best your foes. In this remastered version, character models, weapons, even rocks and sweet rolls have all been meticulously recreated.
I'm literally about to
Combat
fall back
animations
asleep.
have also been updated to give them a modernized touch. Plus, the Shivering Isles and Knights of the Nine expansions are included alongside the main story to take your adventure even further. Step through the gates once more when The Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion Remastered launches on the Nintendo Switch 2 system this year. We hope
that's
you're
it.
excited for these games from Bethesda Softworks. That's
It's over
all
now.
for today's Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase. Thank you for watching.
The only thing I was really interested in is the Elliot one. Also that card one and the Kyoto something. I think only 3 games out of all of them I showed some interest in. Give me a direct with nothing. Can I have a direct with a side of nothing, please? Thanks. I'll take that to go. I shouldn't have woken up so early for this. Alright, guys. I can't expect a big thing in a partner showcase. This is the first stream today. I'm gonna do my Enfield dailies. And then I'll stop stream because I got errands in like around noon time. And then I'll start another stream later where we continue the Dragon Quest. That's the plan today. And I still sound hella tired. The Nintendo Direct did not wake me up at all. If anything, I think it almost put me back to sleep. Now looking at Twitter. Why do I have so many? Another character story. Oh, yeah, that's right. Gilberta's banner is tomorrow. Pokokwi isn't. Oh, yeah. It is next month. In March. Hold on. Predictions. Claire Obscure for Switch 2. Ace Attorney 7. Monster Hunter Wilds. Adventures of Elliot release date. That did happen. Dustblood release date. That did not happen. Chrono Trigger. I don't think we're ever hearing from Chrono Trigger ever again. I think Chrono Trigger is going to become lost media at this point. Elden Ring Tarnished Edition Shadow Drop? No, that didn't happen. What lost media? I'm not seeing much. Square Enix release any C2D Chrono Trigger? No, someone predicted that's what they would announce in the partnership. But they didn't. And yield. I will find time to watch it. Cause since I did the Tekken one, right? No, it was a Tekken. It was Tekken. It was... Which one did I do? I can't remember my own videos now. Yeah, I watched the Tekken one. People were asking me to react to the Mortal Kombat and the Street Fighter one. The thing is, the Mortal Kombat or the Street Fighter and the Mortal Kombat ones are 2 hours and 3 hours respectively. So we had to find time in a stream to do that. Even if we don't watch it all at once and watch half of it, that's still like an hour 30 each, you know? So I need to fit that somewhere. We'll do... We'll start the Street Fighter one tomorrow. Yeah. We'll do the Street Fighter one tomorrow. And then we'll find another time to do the Mortal Kombat one later. I can't do it today because I got an errand around noon. Maybe if I get through my dailies fast enough, we'll at least start it. We'll try to watch half of the Street Fighter one today. We'll save the other half tomorrow. Where? This way. How their stonks today. $226. Oh yes, today we have a free 6-star selector. You can choose a free 6-star today. The devs are so nice, aren't they? I don't need these. I need the Zeronite ones. Storage slots use up destroyed. What? Destroyed, discard items, and try again. Oh, because it's already full. Oh, is it my thingy? Oh, it has to go in my backpack? Wait, I'm confused. Destroy, discard some items, and try again. I am even more confused. I don't know what it means by storage slots. I have plenty of space. I'm confused. Anyway. Stop redistribution. 39, 50, 26. Not very good stonks today. Here's this one. That's my only good one though. But they have 70. They got good stonks today. Yeah, hold on. I need to get more ruling stocks. Next. Stonks. I need to use my sanity because it's probably filled today. I need to check my clues too. Can't forget that. Clues. One more clue. Last clue. Gonna go home. Check my clues. Hi, Delia. You wanna give me something?
A moment of your time, Endman? I gathered some souvenirs during prospecting. Decorative feathers from the Hanabit Circuit, jade trinkets from Hongshan, and medals from the Order of Steel Oath. They're all for you. Hope you like them.
Well, thanks, Ardelia. How kind of you. I got all my clues. Have any extra? Nope. Check acquisition. Personal ticket. More arsenal tickets. Holes. Arsenal tickets popular today. That's the free selector. Oh, we still need to finish Wolfguard's thing. Can't forget to do that. Do my dailies too. What do I need
Iridium
most?
will carve a path for us.
probably
Get
just
into
to
assembly.
level up all my characters.
Wind speed's okay? Visibility's. Watch this! Awesome, right? Looking for me?
Yeah, we'll do
You
XP.
finally remember something?
Yeah, let's do the 81. We'll do the regular XP ones to level up our other operators.
Enfield Crisis Team, ready for...
The max is 90. I'd say like 70, 80 is a good stopping point for my main team. So I can focus on leveling up all my other characters. Are you looking, Ardelia? There's something back there.
All variables within estimates.
Oh my goodness, I'm stuck. Oh my goodness.
Target locked. Fire.
Let's feast.
No second chance. A definitive outcome achieved through strong teamwork.
Get my eyes peeled for a minute.
All variables within estimates.
Like, I'm stuck. Dang it.
Your end awaits. Commence L7. Annihilation. Good work, everyone. Violence is never our objective. Watch your step, people. We'll see this through.
Oh my gosh, what is happening?
Let's feast.
Target locked. Fire. No second chance. Another step forward, Enfielders. Watch your step, people. All variables within target locked. Fire. Good work, everyone. We've done it. Hope you're not tired, Mr. Dali.
Okay, one more, but we have to do the lower level one to use up all our sanity.
Are we setting off now?
I have to check my Wu Wing factory. See how it's been making stuff. I need to level up the thingy.
Target locked. Fire. No hardship.
Alright. We're done with our sanity. I still gotta do deliveries. And pack my deliveries. $85. 85's just that one. Okay. Nope, wrong one. Sanity.
Originium will carve a path.
My selector, that's right. I already made a decision of who I want. It's gonna be Pogra. Because I heard he's a really good support. It was gonna be Lashrai because I thought I had her weapon, but I don't actually. So it's gonna be Pogra. Pogra's our pick. Yeah, just one.
Pogranichnik, Rhodes Island operator and officer serving the Order of Steel Oath reporting for duty. The situation is urgent. I I respectfully request a brief on your battle plan at your earliest convenience.
Hi, Pogra. I don't know how to say his whole name. He's just Pogra. To me, at least.
Still waiting for something?
We're gonna level up Pogra
Let's
because
go
the guys.
over the
I
battle
gotta see
plan
what his
once
support
more,
things
shall
are.
we? A valuable battle. My fighting spirit has been stirred. No badge or ceremony is needed. I fully
Weapon
appreciate the
XP.
significance of this. Thank you for your trust, Administrator of Antfield Industries. Relentlessness and negligence boast
I'm probably
the
gonna
deadliest
fully level up
threat on
Pogra.
the battlefield.
Damn. She's 105? The trust can go higher than 100? Also, it looks like trust is mostly gained through the control nexus. I didn't even realize that. Right then. You're about done, Supervisor Perliga, so let's have Pogra.
I've never tried this sort of work, but from a strategic perspective, it may be worth a try.
Let's go talk to him. Where might he be? He already really sorry. Where do you want him? There's that plane, huh? Pogra's not here yet. I have to talk to my operators more, to be honest. I realize I'm lacking in that department. Where's Pogra? Where'd he go?
I warned you before. Don't touch the pressure valve. The incident
He's gotta make his way over here somehow. Nirvana caught lacking. I don't talk to my subordinates that much. I gotta do that more. Is he already over there and I missed? No, he's not. Where might he be? Oh, there he is. Hi, Pogra.
Dejang is much larger than I expected, but I hardly spent any time familiarizing myself with its entire layout. That's thanks to ingenious and impeccable designs by its creator. It's a great starting point for a great dream, Endman, and I'm eager to see how the dream unfolds.
He likes... this one? How many can I give him? Could I just give him all of it? I'm not gonna do that. Culture minor. Okay, so he definitely likes us.
Thank you for your gift, Administrator. I take it as a commendation as well. And please accept this as my token of gratitude.
Just received fruit flavored candy. It's very sweet. We'll be right back, guys. Gotta take DJ to the bathroom. Hello. Your goddess has returned. Oh. Hello. See, where were we? We were giving a gift to Pogoda. You still owe us blood. What kind of blood?
Administrator, here for another inspection.
Blood as in Bloodborne? Sorry, am I in your way? Wait, he has a tail? Of the Born variety. Okay, I'll see what I can do this weekend. I didn't even notice that program had its tail. That's all my dailies. Green. Ogra? Yeah. Alright, still need to do more of this. Those last 4 permits. I still don't know what it wants me to do for this. Right, deliveries. Not that. Depot. Ruling one. I have to do my delivery first. Take it off. Accept that. We'll do the Valley 4 ones first. Ah! Come on. Load game, load. barking. You're scaring me when you do that. Stop. Stop.
Smells like trouble. This is no ordinary enemy.
This crappy weather's driving me crazy.
Hello. Your delivery. Yes, of course. Coco got snatched, chat. And I didn't do anything to stop it. She's gone forever. Already transferred it, right? Yeah. I want to do Wuling ones. The Wuling ones also kind of suck. Wuling ones especially are really hard to get. Because everyone snatches them as soon as someone puts one up. It's really hard to grab one. I have to find what time is good one to snatch a Wuling. Pardon me.
Watch your step, people.
Okay.
All variables within estimates.
Bless you. Big sneeze, DJ. I don't know how those two didn't hear the fighting that was taking place literally right next to them, but I don't know. Guess they're just blind.
Smells like trouble. This is no ordinary enemy.
It's you again. Yeah, because I just delivered something to you. It's gonna refresh. This is your third order today. Oh my goodness. I don't know if it's for that person again. We'll see. Oh, it's over there this time. That's new. Thank you. Hello. You ordered something, Gorian? The goods match the order perfectly. Well, you look familiar, aren't you the administrator? Why are you delivering personally? Doesn't matter, you got your stuff right. Ooh. Okay, someone already did Wuling one. We're just waiting for those two. Oh, I need to go to Wuling to do the thingy. Wait, where is it in Wuling? One second.
The Landbreakers usually keep to the wildlands, along the fringes of civilization. Only the largest clans could lay claim to a permanent territory. Others are constantly on the move, making them quite difficult to track.
That explains why the settlements on the frontier outskirts kept reporting landbreaker attacks. But we were never able to track them down.
Okay, this way. I don't even know what it wants me to take a picture of. Photograph the collapse. Okay, yeah. There we go. Nice one. Still waiting for a pickup. Ecology overview. 94 more to get that one. Next job's in 17 hours. Wuling stock redistributor. next thing to do. I did my deliveries, I did my stops. I don't need to upgrade anything. Oh yeah! Check this. Last thing we'll do is continue Wolfguard's story that we started. And then if there's time, we'll do the reaction. We're kind of running out of fairy more. I'm checking the loading screen. 10,000 wooling battery. Why do I only have 400 Zeolite component? Something's wrong. Is this one the Zeolite component or was it the other base? Okay. Was it this? Yeah, I'm running out of plants. That's the problem. I have a greenhouse. I might have put it away already. Stash. Where's my stash? One here. Just this. I'll need to make more. I'm gonna check the other base because there's no space left in this one. We need more areas, Wuling. We need more sub packs. Hi, Fluffy-kun. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Ah! How are you doing today? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Oh, I have so much space. I thought I put a greenhouse for the sand things here. I need like 2 of these to keep up with the sand leaf demand, please. just keep with the theme of the area. Let's see. I know. Okie dokie. Supposed to put the plant in the thing to make the seed, but you only got the seeds. You have to start with the seed. That should help with the salmon plant. Two of them might be a bit overkill, but Jesus Christ! She's so rude. Why am I still transferring these over? Valleyport needs more Farium. Transferring Farium from... Or not Valleyport. Wuling needs more Farium. So Valleyport is going to transfer Farium or the Wuling. Because Wuling's already running out. How many of the syringes do I have? $8,000. 10,000 Wuling batteries. Still down to 400 in Zeronite, so hopefully with the Sandleaf powder it will help more. Right, let's see if this is enough to upgrade the sub pack. You have to go all the way back to the other sub pack. No. Oh, yes. With the space of Wuling, I could probably put more greenhouse plants just so I have a stock of whatever I need. Which way? This way. Hello, what you need? Give me that data. Thank you. Janssen syringe restored 320 per second. And the ones I currently have I don't know if these are better than the other syringes, but I don't think I'll be using them. wait till tomorrow so they get more stocks. I think that's about it, other than moving story. Well, speaking of, hold on. Rhodes Island Culture Line Honing. It might actually be good in one of the Valley Fold ones. Rhodes Island. Nope. Oh, he's
I've
perfect
never
for this
tried
one.
this sort of work.
Then
but
I
from
can
a
switch you
strategic
out.
perspective,
Nope, I didn't mean
maybe
that.
worth a try.
Switch you out for Levitine, because she has
Seems
all
like a
three.
good place to waste my time in.
Perfect. Not that I really need it, but... Oh yeah, even if I don't need them up, I should still sell stuff to them. So I can get more stuff for Dijong. And buy more stuff in the stock redistribution store. That's always a good thing. Is that all of it? 21. That's basically all of it. 16 mil. Can't sell too much of the batteries though, because they need them. Right. That's it. Let's continue Wolfguard. Since we're like in the middle of that. And if there's time, if there's still time, we'll do the half up the Street Fighter reaction today. I'm back, Wolfguard. Sorry I kept you waiting.
This is the entrance to the hidden camp. Shall we, Ant-Man?
Yes.
Are we setting off now?
What the heck are those?
Let's slow down a little, Ant-Man. This place is perfect for an ambush.
Where the
Crushers didn't build this place themselves. This seems like an abandoned underground factory of the UWST.
Typical Bone Crusher behavior. Well, they practically got a camp for free.
The Bone Crushers may have modified the local machines or facilities. Giovanni, lead the way.
Huh? Me again? Okay. Sure, I'll lead the way.
Should we keep playing along with the show?
Yes. The show has yet to reach the final act. Besides, from what I know about him, he's very close to his breaking point.
Ah, he is a traitor.
Signs of patrols. Looks like we're not too far from their main base.
This place is way too big.
A bigger place has its perks. Makes a group like ours less obvious. Careful, Lenmin. There may be enemies up ahead.
Maybe enemies. I mean, come on.
They call this an ambush? We've been through worse.
They were overconfident. There should be other mechanisms, Ant-Man. Let's press on and look around. Perhaps we'll find a clue.
Are those feet?
Bone Crusher glyphs.
Let's put their grippers on the wall.
Remember that they like using these glyphs to pass on secret messages.
You can read them?
Most of them, yes.
You actually know this, Catello. I recognize none of this.
But knowing what the glyphs mean won't get this machine to work.
Wait a second. Sir, you have been undercover with these guys for who knows how long, and you don't know any of these signs?
That sounds like a real hassle. I should leave you two to this job.
So I guess there are other tricks involved?
Yes. Correct the sequence of the glyphs. I believe the clues should be somewhere nearby.
Oh, the smoke. Face, sun, run, grippers, fire.
Night, target, escape, foot rest, and fire.
Face,
that's my guess for the sequence.
Sun, run, grippers, fire.
A puzzle of this caliber seems too easy for someone like you. Very impressive, Administrator. Let's keep moving. There's still quite a way to the deepest part of this camp.
Bone Crusher mechanisms. Not for me, you handle it.
Since when do they have an elaborate underground layer like this?
Giovanni, you blocked that bullet for me back then, right? That weapon dealer didn't even know how to use his guns. His shot found its mark.
That was years ago, Pavel.
Oh god!
How are you talking about that? I almost forgot.
That almost killed me.
Something ain't.
Yeah, hurry up, man. Come on, we gotta go.
Huh? Wait! Who's there? Tommaso, is that you?
It's obviously not Tommaso. He's just leading us into a trap.
Giovanni, come back!
Making sure we're following him, huh? Leading us... yeah. How did he get past this? Obvious trap.
You were right, Handman. I slept. Giovanni, I knew it.
I don't know why you're so close, but I welcome it. Stare at me like that more, why don't you?
Good.
No. He hesitated back then.
You saw it.
The Volkard I knew never left anything to chance. He never treated him as an actual enemy. He had hope.
I guess you saw right through me.
Of course. Because you're my boyfriend.
Just like you said, Hanmin. I did hesitate.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Back then, I had only two friends in the back. Tommaso and Giovanni.
I'm guessing that other one is Rossi.
The encounters we had on this mission showed me one thing. He might look the same, but the Giovanni I knew is gone.
But you're hoping for something, right?
I should be the one bearing the consequences. But I got too involved. Ant-Man.
Stop making Rossi worry about you again. Hey, I'm your partner, don't forget that. Yeah, I'm your partner.
You're right. When it comes to Giovanni, I won't make the same mistakes again. No matter what. Anyway, we should figure out a way to leave this place, partner.
He's calling me partner.
These devices should be controlled by a mechanism nearby.
I think I smell fuel.
Good reminder. Let's find a device connected to a fuel pipe, Ant-Man. That should be key.
Oh, jeez. Don't.
That should do it.
Did you have to shoot it? You could have caused a massive explosion. Guns fit you very well. Did he have to shoot it though?
You flatter me. Experienced hunters would always select their best hunting tools.
No. Look at smug grinny ass.
Since we're good, let's head for the deepest part of this place.
He's trying to act all calm, cool, and collected. I saw that smile with Guard.
If the traitor you're looking for is Giovanni himself.
Then he owes me an explanation. And I'll take care of him the back way.
What if he had no choice?
Every lupo must pay the price of their choice. That's how Rossi, Giovanni, Tommaso, and I were taught. In our very first lessons.
Oh, dang, okay. He's booking it.
The end is near. If you're ready, Enmin, we can take that elevator over there to head up.
I'm ready, Freddy.
Enmin, expect a hard fight. Stay close to me.
No. I will play friend. His name isn't actually Wolfguard, it's Catello. His name is Catello, but his like code name is Wolfguard.
I know you're here. Taking you down one at a time will drag on. Throw it all at me.
Big, strong words from a tiny runt of the pack. The exit's closed, and so is your fate.
Didn't know he was Italian. I forget his full name. We can look at it when we're done. He has like a three name. Ah! Believe it.
Wolves, let's feast.
No second chance.
Where is Giovanni?
Giovanni? What Giovanni? Don't know anybody with that name.
You don't.
Who put you on guard here?
It's the traitor of that pack of yours. Wouldn't show up himself. So your big wolf sends a little runt.
Oh.
Useless. It was the perfect ambush, and you still failed.
Keep your guard up, Enmin.
Catello, you were
giving a pretty good show. What happened? You scared?
The blade that killed Tommaso.
You killed Tomato. How could you? That wasn't he your childhood friend?
Yeah. E allora? He believed in your idiocy and tried to sell me out. He deserved it.
You're the one who betrayed the clan.
I betrayed the clan? Please. The true pack lives by purpose and honor. We don't sell out our own for some measly creds, trading blood and sweat to those companies. The real traitor here is you.
Some traditions must be set aside if we want more people to lead decent lives. We have to do this for our past, as well as our future.
Future? The path of yours leads to no future. The Alfarian is right. You're hopeless. Only the Alfarian could lead the new pack to the glory we deserve.
The Alfarian? Oh, Alpha? I forgot. They're dogs, so of course they have an alpha.
The new pack.
That's right. If I'm a traitor in your eyes, then you're gonna find a whole army of traitors out there. Did you really think that the new pack is just a little club that came out of nowhere? Wrong! We are what the pack was supposed to be, and you'll be our very first prey. Have fun with your La La Land fantasies and stupid dreams, Wolf God.
Who is your Alfarion?
Catello, do you really think I'll break my omertà? I probably can kill you, but it'd be nice to take someone down with me!
Whoa, not me! What'd I do?
Who's the Alfarion?
Catello, this... Chienza.
He shot someone for me. Oh, he loves me, chat. He loves me.
It's yours to discover.
He shot his childhood friend for me. This was a crazy date, Wolfguard.
The incident is now over, and the traitor got what he deserved. We should celebrate, no?
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like a boss fight. There's no need to hide from the truth. This isn't you.
I'm alright, Henmin. No need to worry about me.
You lie. Open up your heart to me, Wolfguard.
It was my choice, and I'm prepared for the consequences. The same rule applies to Giovanni. The incident is now over, and the traitor got what he deserved. We should celebrate, no?
Let's head out first.
I'll be right with you in a moment. Endman.
Oh, yes?
I may need to excuse myself for now.
You're gonna leave after we had a date? Now you're gonna walk me home? You're laying Giovanni to rest.
Yes. He remains a pack member. His final rites should follow the code of the pack.
Can I watch? How should I find him?
I thought you knew already, Henmin.
Wolfguard carries Giovanni's body out of Valley Pass. You return to the hub. Ardelia, what are you doing? Wolfguard, you're gonna cause a forest fire!
That was the first time we botched our job. We had to pay the fine. Tommaso sold the silver brooch his mother left him without a word. Giovanni then spent 3 months looking for it. He paid double the price to buy it back from the underground marketed asphalt roundabout. That was all his commission for the entire year. He told me not to tell Tommaso about it.
What's that? How about this pocket watch? Is that from Tommaso as well?
No. It was from me.
What, and you let me burn it?
It was a gift for his 20th birthday.
Oh.
Rossi picked it. I was in charge of payment and delivery. As for this one,
We should leave it here.
and now it's really over.
The depressed ones are always hot. But something else has just begun.
I did not expect to hear about this new pack from Giovanni. I know nothing about the size of this operation, their goals, and most importantly, their Alfarium. Rossi often mentions it, and maybe she's right. The pack of today is different from every pack of the past. She, I, anyone really, would all bear heavier prices to make changes. But before that happens, I must verify something and make a few preparations with Rossi. If possible, I hope you treat everything that happened here as a secret between us and men.
Of course, Wolfguard. Our little date's a secret. You don't want Rossi to know?
I'll tell her myself. Now's definitely not the time. As it shouldn't be.
Lone wolf. Wolfguard's done. Someone still needs to do that one for me. Sorry if you guys hear the things in the backyard. I need a soundproofing or something. I still don't know how to get that. Do I need to be in a thing to get it? Storage slots used up. Does it want to put in my backpack and it just didn't have enough space? Yeah, that's what it was. Jeez. So, these. Mining site. Oh, actually, I probably don't even need to put any more mining sites down. Probably done with mining sites now. Oh, I have to check. I keep forgetting. I have to check these plots. Zip lines. That's pretty much it. For now, at least. Before I forget again. The other two character stories we have are Labatine and Yvonne. And I also saw they're going to add a Gilberta one. I don't know why they added Yvonne before the Gilberta, since Yvonne's the third banner, right? We'll do the Yvonne one closer to when her banner comes. We'll do the Labatine since we already have her. And then we'll do Gilberta. Well, her banner down, then we'll do Yvonne. After those two. Hello, my plants. So when I harvest this, does it go away? I know it stays. Volkar, get over here! Yeah, hurry up! They just book it, don't they? Right, are you planting? Volkar's over there. How was the direct? Yeah, exactly what Saba just says. It was a nothing burger. There were only like 3 games I was actively interested in. Oh, yep. Well, I get that one. Now we water. Wait till she's done. Right. Water. Where are you going? You were under one. You were already under one. Go. Go, Ulfgar, go. Oh. Oh. Ardelia got it. Now we wait another 12 hours. Or another week in my case, because I'm going to completely forget about this plot. That one can go on the plane too. Is it literally just these two? The tart pepper and the ricin? Yeah, seed picking. Yeah, it's literally just those two, it looks like. Everything else can go in this planting unit and stuff. Well, I guess I should do all the planting stuff so I can get all these crafting manual stuff. I gotta try to remember to do these too, so I can get these free poles. Speaking of, how much do I have for tomorrow? I have a free 10 pole, so 14. That's like 40 plus 14, so 54. Not enough to reach pity, and also not enough to reach a guarantee. But it won't be a problem if we get it early. And we win. Which will definitely happen. And we'll also get more pulls as we get copies of characters already at full potential, which basically needs to 4 stars.
Originium will carve a path for us.
I think that's about it. Unless I start Levitating. But I'll do that one. I'll start Levitating later. Let's do the half reaction of the Street Fighter lore. Yes. Oh, and please. Close. He did it. He ended the field. The fields have been ended. Street Fighter. You right? Yeah, Street Fighters are shorter of the two. Well, they're about 3 hours each. They're about 3 hours anyway, but Street Fighter's shorter. By like 20 minutes. You make sure any other tab making sound is off. Just to be sure. Oh my goodness. So hungry. I haven't had breakfast yet. Right. So, you're watching. You should grab something to eat. I woke up too early. I'll grab something later when I'm on my way out. While I'm out doing errands. We already watched the Insane Lore of Tekken. So the next one we're gonna watch is the Insane Lore of Street Fighter. And then after Street Fighter we'll do Mortal Kombat. But not today. We're doing half of Street Fighter today. Since it's already pretty long.
Back in August, I made a video called The Insane Lore of Tekken. Why? Because I wanted to gush about Heihachi Mishima while illustrating how crazy that universe actually was. Oh yeah, you're all talking about 10 strings and frame data, and I'm over here thinking about the fact that a boxing kangaroo is mortal enemies with a boxing dinosaur. It was just supposed to be a fun one-off. I didn't plan on covering anything else.
I'm more thinking about how a boxing kangaroo got a whole wife and kids before me. You know. That's what I'm thinking about.
Then something crazy happened. Jesus! 3 million?
Well, it's 7 million
this
now.
got the attention of over 3.5 million people.
It's 7 million now.
I'm so fucking embarrassed. You weren't all supposed to see this. I'm just a dumb bumpkin who lives in the snowy mountains of Canada. What in the hell happened here? Every day that I log into YouTube, my analytics will tell me that another 8,000 people have watched the Tekken vid in the last 2 days. It is easily the most popular video I've ever made, and I've been doing this YouTube thing since 2008. As you can imagine, I've gotten lots of requests to do additional lore videos, to talk about Mortal Kombat, to talk about Dead or Alive, to set the record straight over how Guilty Gear is way crazier than Tekken.
I don't think Coco's ready for the Street Fighter lore either.
You idiot! Well, the good news is, I do own a lot of fighting games from all kinds of series, and I do pay attention to their lore. I always thought it would be fun to explain the goofy shenanigans that occurred before Mortal Kombat 9.
What? Oh, my balls!
But we'll have to save that for
I actually
September.
don't know any of
I've
the
gotta
Street Fighter
capitalize
or
on this
Mortal
niche
Kombat
I've managed to fill and
lores.
give
The most I know about Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat is Ken and Ryu and their rivals. And kind of in love, I guess? I don't know.
some attention to the granddaddy of all fighting games. I don't even know if introductions are necessary. Street Fighter is the most recognizable fighting game that's ever existed. It may not have been the first of its type, but it's certainly the most influential. Because of Street Fighter, the 90s exploded with all kinds of competition. Fatal Fury, Mortal Kombat, Virtua Fighter, tons upon tons of fighting games, all trying to capture that thunder.
Street Fighter is the one of that clip of someone blocking like the Chun-Li ultimate or something, right?
Because the game was just iconic.
I don't know which game it is, but
whether it's the green jungle man Blanca, the stretchy monk Dalsim, or the most macho American ever, Guile, the characters are so unique and
that's
memorable.
like the most
Like,
I know
my
about
mom
Street
doesn't
Fighter
really
is that
play video
one clip.
games, but she sure as hell knows who Ryu is. This franchise is evergreen. It's got movies and comic books, and it's been parodied, and it's just a big part of gaming history. Having said all that, it's kind of interesting that even still, a lot of people don't know anything about these characters. See, this franchise started in the arcades, and those games were specifically designed to be quick and snappy. They didn't have time for
They didn't think about
story.
lore,
They needed
yeah.
the attract mode to show passersby the gameplay. And the AI had to be ball-bustingly hard so that if we wanted to see the little bit of lore that was there, we had to fork up all of our quarters. When these games came to consoles, they didn't really change much. Sometimes the manuals would have character biographies that told you what was up, and other times they instead listed special moves. Street Fighter 3 had a completely
What
new
the
cast
heck
of
was
characters
that?
whose
I barely
backstories were
comprehended
just
what that
completely
combo
hidden
was.
away. Why is the final boss a red and blue angel man? Heck if I know. Things have improved a lot with the newer games, but even then, it is still asking the player to check every source available. If you start up Street Fighter 4 with Cammy, it doesn't explain who the girl in the hospital bed is, because the answer to that question is in the Super Street Fighter 4 OVA. Duh! More so than the Tekken video, I had to bust my ass to connect all of these story threads. Watching each ending in every single game, cross-referencing with multiple biographies, having to consult goddamn victory quotes. I spent hours checking every single win
I hope
quote
Eliza
on the
doesn't get
wikis
mad at me for
just
beating
to
my
see if
brother-in-law.
I could get some extra clarification. That's seriously what we're dealing with here. I did my best, and this video will be covering everything about the mainline Street Fighter universe. I will not be talking about the spin-offs like Marvel vs. Capcom, nor am I going to talk about the EX games, which basically operate in their own weird continuity. Keep in mind that this video was being worked on in May of 2023 and was intended to upload with the release of Street Fighter 6. As such, I will not be spoiling that game's plot because I haven't played it yet. This video is intended to be complimentary because you can think of it as a primer, something to bring you up to speed. And yes, I still call this the insane lore because Street Fighter is very, very insane. So, without further ado, let's talk about the insane lore of Street Fighter. Okay, where do we begin? Well, we should definitely start with the Shotos. Once upon a time in Japan, there was a martial artist named Gotetsu. He was a master of the fighting style Ensetsuken. Anyone who utilizes this style will be able to punch really high, summon energy to shoot blue fireballs, and spin around in the air like they just don't care. This technique would be passed on to his two apprentices, the brothers Gouken and Gouki, the latter being renamed Akuma here in the West. And if for some reason you exclusively play Tekken, yes, this character is originally from Street Fighter. One day, Gouken managed to discover a little boy, an orphan who was all alone with no one to look after him. That boy's name was Ryu. Gouken adopts the boy, eventually hoping to pass on Gotetsu's teachings.
Well, knowing kind of what Street Fighter looks like nowadays, look at how small he looks. Like, those muscles are not popping out yet. Those are baby muscles.
Things were going pretty well until Akuma learned of a special ability that his master never used. The Satsui no Hado, the killing intent. See, Ensetsuken is also known as the Assassin's Fist. It's a martial art that can be used to kill people, which makes it especially vulnerable to a dark energy. If the desire to end your opponent is high enough, there's a good chance you could tap into an energy force that will make you much stronger. However, if someone chooses to do this, they will lose their humanity and become merciless. Someone who only lives to fight and kill.
Like Akuma?
Gotetsu did warn his students of the danger inherent, but Akuma did not care. For him, the prospect of becoming the greatest martial artist, someone beyond mere mortals, was too good to pass up. And so Akuma does embrace the Dark Hado, and this leads him to fighting his master. Perhaps Gotetsu could have defeated his apprentice, if not for his new technique. Because Akuma performs the Shungoku Satsu, the raging demon, on his master and succeeds in killing him. His brother and the little boy can only look on in horror as the Dark Warrior leaves to find new competition. From that day forward, Gouken vowed to never let this power fall into the wrong hands.
Wait,
to purify
he just straight up stole his master's necklace thing? Wow. Rude.
Ensetsuken of all of its corruption. We move the clock forward a few years, and Gouken eventually gets a new pupil all the way from America. Ken Masters, a boy who comes from an incredibly wealthy family, heir to the largest conglomerate in the United States. Whereas Ryu is stone-faced and aloof, Ken is a hotshot with lots of confidence.
Their personalities...
Of course, leave it to a white American to go to a foreign country to learn martial arts. Oh, sorry, a rich white American to go to a foreign country to learn martial arts.
Could not be more different. Yet they got along so swimmingly during their training.
These two are the ultimate duo. They took the training seriously, and every moment that they practiced together was an amazing experience. Equals in combat, but still very unique. Whereas Ryu mastered the art of charging
Can
up
a
his
white boy kick
fireballs
some
and
ass?
delivering...
Can he do that? Can he? Yeah, he can. If Batman can do it, then Ken can do it.
During the painful Shin Shoryuken, Ken could actually use his ki to create fire. He literally performs flaming uppercuts and flaming kicks, because apparently if you train hard enough, that's just gonna happen. When one of them wins, the other just gets stronger to even the score.
I would ask how these people can just create energy blasts and spontaneously combust their feet on fire into these moves, but after Tekken, I'm not going to even question it anymore. It's because of Ki? Okay, that's all the information I need.
You will never find a better friendship in all of Street Fighter. Gouken was really proud of his students and very much looking forward to teaching them a new power. But unfortunately, a certain someone returned to the dojo. Akuma challenges Gouken to a fight to the death. Ryu and Ken are helpless as they see another repeat disaster. Prepare yourself. Skyward to the death. Akuma has embraced the dark power so much that he has no reservations over murdering his own brother. He doesn't even waste his time with Ryu and Ken because to him, they're nothing but weaklings. He only lives for strong opponents.
Of course.
So yeah, Gouken is dead. Super dead. And
Double
so
dead.
Ryu and Ken's training comes to an end. The two go their separate ways, Ken returning to America and Ryu staying in Japan. But Ryu knew one day that he'd have to avenge his master, that he would have to find and defeat Akuma. But in order to do that, he'd have to keep training. And the best way to do that is to walk the earth.
What you mean walk the earth?
Can he walk the earth with some socks and shoes on? I mean, you're just gonna walk the hot concrete street road barefoot?
You know, like Kane in Kung Fu. Walk from place to place, meet people, get in adventures.
Ryu is Street Fighter's would-be main character, and the dude believes in combat more than anything. To him, street fighting is the ultimate form of expression. Communicating with one's fists is the best way to understand people as well as grow stronger. He is always willing to take on new challengers, and he is always looking to—
He said walk the earth, not walk the socks. He could still feel the earth under his socks.
towards self-improvement.
His feet must stink.
That being said, he's kind of a bum. He doesn't own a house, he doesn't have a car, not even a change of clothes.
I mean, if you've been on a dojo in like what, some remote mountain all your life, who's going to teach you how to drive? Not your master. Your master's busy teaching you how to punch hard.
Some kind of karate man or something?
Something like that.
The only money this guy is making is with the occasional odd job, like being a bouncer. But most of the time, he's only earning money through street fighting competitions. This guy's two special abilities are being able to sleep wherever he wants.
Someone please give Ryu some shoes. Socks at least. Why'd you just walking around barefoot?
And hitchhiking.
That's not healthy for your feet.
Hitchhiking! I didn't even know that was a skill one could excel at. He doesn't care about the latest technology. He doesn't want a pair of shoes. The only thing he needs to spend money on is food and or plane tickets. Wait, Ryu has a passport?
Yeah, wait a second. He doesn't have a driver's license, but he has a passport? Who did his master give him a passport? Who? When did he learn to get a passport?
Anywho, he's always keeping up to date with the street fighting scene, and this alerts him to the existence of the
World's
first
strongest
ever
hobo.
street-
I know a passport can be used as a form of identification, but like, when? I don't think well, I don't know how it is in other countries, but at least in like America, United States, if you're a kid, you have to get like a passport through your parents. I'm pretty sure.
Street Fighter tournament. A special event.
A kid
inviting
can't just go to like a government building and just get a passport or get an ID. It has to be through the parents.
warriors from all over the world to try and dethrone Thailand's long-standing champion, the king of Muay Thai, Sagat. Now this guy, he's a big fucking deal. When Sagat dethroned the previous champion, he was only a teenager. And ever since, he has been
Why is he gripping his
undefeated.
skull like that?
For decades! This dude is 7 feet tall and a national treasure. The worst fight Sagat has ever had was with a man named Go Hibiki. Desperate to win, this guy completely obliterated Sagat's right eye, ruined it forever so that he now has to wear an eye patch. Now,
Damn.
you'd think this would give Go an advantage, but all it did was piss Sagat off. Oh, there was a murder that day.
Oh my god, he's tall.
Sagat stops pulling his punches and he just kills Go Hibiki. I don't mean metaphorically, no. He is super dead. And
Oh,
whether
like
this kill
actually?
scared the rest of his competition, or he really is that tough to beat, Sagat would never taste the sting of defeat. He is an absolute legend, the Invincible Tiger. Knowing all of this, Ryu thinks to himself,
I can beat that guy.
He sounds like a fun guy to fight.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first game in the series is very different from the rest. For one thing, it only has 2 playable characters, both
Ken
of
and
which,
Ryu.
Ryu and Ken, are exactly the same. And technically, Ken's appearance is 100% non-canon because he never participated in this tournament. He was too busy handling things in America. This game is completely centered around
like getting
Ryu,
girls.
so luckily it's pretty easy to recap. He finds himself flying all over the world to fight other participants and advance further in the tournament. Guys like the American Joe. He exists.
Just Joe?
And then there's the boxer Mike, who is absolutely not Balrog, despite what his Japanese name would have you believe. There's an old monk named Retsu, a ninja named Geki, and 2 English bouncers.
Wait a
named
second. Did that ninja have ninja stars? Who's refereeing this fight? Is that not... Well, that guy has like baton, so I guess.
Eagle and Birdie. There might be a third guy named Bogey. Eagle is the more sophisticated and lesser known fighter. The guy makes one other appearance in Street Fighter Alpha 3, but only the PSP version. A very narrow window for people to recognize this guy. But Birdie? This guy pops up quite a bit. He's a former wrestler who was kicked out of the league for
Street
cheating
fighting.
and
Is there
for
not
being
a
overly
referee? Is there
violent.
not like general rules of like weapons to have and not have?
Oh yeah, it's worth mentioning that wrestling is super real in the Street Fighter universe. No predetermined matches in this shit. But anywho, Birdie is a thug who likes to eat.
You could
and
use a wall
specifically
if you
started
carry
street
it.
fighting to gain the attention of a certain organization. He's not all that bad though, as he had previously fought Ryu before and actually treated the kid to a burger because he looked like shit. Well, shucks. Ryu also battled a Chinese martial artist named Lee. This character doesn't really return as a fighter, but he does have 2 nephews who are a much bigger deal. Also in China is the old man Gen. Now Gen is a lot stronger than you might believe. An assassin of some rebuke, this competitor has actually mastered 2 different fighting styles that he can switch between at will. In the Hong Kong underground, he was feared as Gen the Invincible, the man of 100 bloody battles. Despite how intimidating that sounds, Ryu still managed to beat him. But I'm willing to bet that Gen was having an off day. Why?
Yeah.
Because he is terminally ill. Gen is dying, and instead of being helpless and lying in bed, the old man wants to go out in a blaze of glory. I can see why he'd
Understandable.
want to challenge Sagat. Who else could give him the death match that he's been looking for? And the last obstacle blocking Ryu from the finals is Adon, another Muay Thai fighter who Sagat took under his wing. Adon believes that might makes right, which is exactly why he respects his master oh so much. But yeah, Ryu, he trounces everyone and
killed
makes
him.
it to the top of the hill, where the Invincible Tiger awaits. And obviously, Sagat does not make it easy. He's the only other guy in the tournament who actually has energy blasts, and fuck me, he's annoying to fight.
You got a lot to learn before you can beat me. Try again, kiddo.
Ryu definitely gets his ass kicked, but his desire to win is super strong and something prevents him from giving up. A certain energy force builds up within, giving him the edge he needs to strike a decisive blow.
The killing instant?
Ryu delivers a brutal Shoryuken, which cuts
Oh my
a
God.
hole in Sagat's chest. A permanent scar that will never let him forget. The trance that Ryu was under dissipates, and he finds himself standing victorious over the once unbeatable champion. Against all odds, Ryu wins the Street Fighter tournament. Little does he know, however, that the outcome of this match would have major ramifications. And now, he's earned the attention of Shadaloo.
Shadaloo?
Whoa, time out. No, sorry, I can't quite talk about the sequel yet because I have to take a detour and address another Capcom franchise.
Okay.
First, let's talk about Final Fight.
Final Fight.
Final Fight is a beat-em-up game released in 1989 that stars a completely different cast of characters. The events of this game take place in Metro City, which is essentially an alternate version of New York City. You can see the Statue of Liberty, it's got its own Times Square, everything about the aesthetics is just exactly the same. Which makes it all the more funny that New York still exists in this universe. Apparently, it's just across the river from Metro City. But there is one major difference between the two locations, and that is the gang violence. Metro City is plagued with crime, most of it caused by the notorious Mad Gear Gang.
Might as well call it Crime City.
Belger, what they lack in strength, they more than make up for in numbers. And so one man decides to throw his hat into the political ring so that he could become the mayor and clean up the streets.
That guy's bigger than the podium.
That man is Mike Hagar, a former professional wrestler who is single-handedly going to punch all of the crime away. By the way, his
like a legal
career
Batman
is depicted in another Capcom spin-off, Muscle Bomber, aka the Saturday Night Slam Masters. He's not the only cameo, as you can see Chun-Li watching the fights on the left side of the arena. But anywho, Mike Hagar does indeed become the mayor of Metro City, and he prepares to clean up the streets so that his daughter Jessica can live in peace. Although she does have a bodyguard of sorts, because she is dating a street fighter named Cody Travers. An extremely formidable combatant, this guy also has a ninja for a best friend.
Of course he does.
Guy. Guy was born in America but grew up in Japan.
Guy and
As
Cody.
a boy, he was taken in by a man named Zeku, who was the 39th generation master of Bushinryu. This fighting style gave Guy the speed and sneakiness to let him dispatch foes with ease. After failing his first exams, Guy returns to Metro City, hoping that a little street fighting will help him hone his skills. That's where he meets Cody, as well as a girl named Reina, who Guy falls in love with and proposes to. Aww. Anyway, the game kicks off when Mike Hagar gets a phone call in his office. The person on the other end is a Mad Gear thug named Damned. We have a little business proposition for you. Your daughter for your cooperation.
What?
What's happened to Jessica? Why make your job difficult? Just let us do as we please, like the mayor before you did. Oh, buddy, you just made the biggest mistake of your life.
You don't mess with a man's daughter.
Cody and Guy, and the three of them just decide to go to town. The mayor of Metro City rips off his shirt and just starts pile driving motherfuckers until he gets his daughter back. And if you're asking why he didn't get help from the police, well, that's because they're in Mad Gear's pockets. Only trust your fists. Police will never help you. These guys trash a lot of enemies. After Damned, there is Sodom. And oh my god, this frickin' guy. Do you know the definition of a weeb? It is a derisive term for a non-Japanese person who is so obsessed with Japanese culture that they wish they were Japanese. This fits Sodom to a T. He actually refers to the Mad Gear Gang as Madogia. Upon meeting the man, Guy can only cringe at the embarrassing caricature that he has made himself. Then they meet
What? Sorry. That took me a minute to process it. Was he trying to... He says Madogia to like try to speak like a native Japanese person trying to speak English? That's how I'm interpreting it right now. Yeah, okay. So I guess not intentionally because but that's a little racist.
A military man who used to belong to the Red Berets. A weapon expert who loves the thrill of combat, Rolento believes that he is destined to create the ultimate army. A nation built by soldiers for soldiers. Of course, in order to build an army, you need recruits. And that's
boy,
why
it's
he joined the
Capcom.
Mad Gear Gang. He was hoping to win over some of its members. But ultimately, he feels the sting of defeat when Guy kicks his ass. Rolento would harbor deep animosity for the ninja ever since.
I thought
Then
this was
there's
Street
the
Fighter. Why are we talking about
Andores.
Final
Hailing
Fight?
from Germany, this is a family of muscle men who all look very identical to
Have you seen a Brazilian? No. I don't think so. Should I be scared if we ever see who?
each other. There's Father Andore, Uncle Andore, Grandpa Andore, Andore Jr., and the most important of all, Hugo Andore. As a child, little
Blanca,
Hugo
a
was
national
encouraged
treasure,
by his
really?
mother
Okay.
to grow big and strong, like a potato. And so he did just that. Seriously, this guy is freaking huge. He's the Andre the
Damn.
Giant of Street Fighter characters. As an adult, he became a professional wrestler until he was recruited by the Mad Gear. Not because he believes in chaos and anarchy, more so he's just not the sharpest tool in the shed. But it's not just
Got
men
it.
who join this gang. We also have a pair of ladies with whips, Roxy and Poison. They're not related, they're just good friends who grew up together in an orphanage. Lacking any paternal care, naturally they find themselves leaning into a life of crime, eventually joining
They're not related, but you could also say that they're roommates.
Mad Gear. Poison, the girl with
That's
the
what
pink
history will
hair,
say, at
becomes
least.
very acquainted with Hugo during this time. And what else? Oh, I know. Let's refer to the Capcom Classic Collection's biography of her. Poison grew up in an orphanage. Even though Poison is a guy,
Oh.
he chooses to wear women's clothing. She even feels that fighting is the best way to stay in shape. Oh boy, oh boy. This collection came out in 2005. It was a different time. But there is a nugget of truth to that bio. When
Got
the
it.
character was conceived, she was inferred to be transgender. And for
Oh.
the longest time, producer Yoshinori Ono would only add fuel to the fire by confirming said canon. Eventually, in 20...
That's surprisingly progressive of them.
2011, Capcom made Street
Especially at the
Fighter
time?
Cross Tekken, and they announced that Poison was going to be a playable character. Sweet! However, when gameplay started surfacing, it came off a bit tasteless. Because
What
everyone's
happened?
win quote against Poison was something along the lines of, "Wow, even though you look like a girl, you fight like a man."
Oh,
And considering
okay.
it was
Never mind.
2011 when the trans
Never mind. I take it back. Never mind. Never mind.
gender community was starting to blossom, yeah, that didn't go over very well. When the game
They could have had a good thing. They could have had a good thing.
was finally released, every single reference to her
Capcom
gender was
only, yeah.
scrubbed. And it stayed that way for Street Fighter 4 and Street Fighter 5. Even the character biographies won't touch the subject, leaving it up to debate whether her identity has been
They took one step forward and then 5 steps back with Poison, it seems.
retconned. And believe me, Poison is something of a trans icon. You know what's interesting? In Street Fighter V, there is a stage called the Lair of the Four Kings. When you defeat an opponent on the left side, you knock them into a computer that scans their data. Knock Dhalsim into it, he's identified as male. Chun-Li, female. But
Oh,
when
no.
you defeat Poison here,
Oh, no.
the computer cannot process that information. Her gender is unknown.
Okay.
Make of that
I was gonna say.
what you will. Now, the last gang member I have to mention is Abigail, who, despite the clothes and physique, is not a member of the Andore family. No, instead of hailing from Germany, Abigail hails from Canada. And you know, despite being a franchise that features
Canadian.
warriors from all over the world, Abigail is the only Canadian. What the hell? This is our representation? A roided out Hulk man who wears tires as armbands? Bah, I'll take what I can get. Anyway, these characters are all going to feature heavily in the
I mean, with a guy that huge, what else is he gonna use? Unless, is that like a racist towards Canadian kind of thing? I don't know. I'm I'm not normally racist, so I don't know what.
Street Fighter games. As for Final Fight itself, the trio of heroes bust some heads.
I don't typically
make it up
keep
to
up with
Belger's
the
penthouse,
with
and then they
the
knock the motherfucker out of plate glass window
with the
to
racism
his
trend, you
death.
know.
The mayor just murdered a man. Good lord. Hagar saves his daughter and manages to quell the Mad Gear Gang.
Not
We cut to
normally.
Final Fight
No.
2, where Cody and Jessica go on a vacation, and Guy returns
I wouldn't say it's a thing I do. No.
to Japan to complete his training. It's then that Hagar learns that the
That
Mad
implied
Gear
you're
Gang are still up to
abnormally
no good,
racist.
but this time in Hong Kong. They have kidnapped Guy's fiancée, Reina,
You know
which
what I
spurs her
mean?
sister Maki to ask the mayor for help. Another student of Bushinryu, Maki does appear as a fighter in Street Fighter Alpha 3. But again, like Eagle, it is only for the PSP version. Both Eagle and Maki were originally created for Capcom vs. SNK 2. And I guess Capcom just wanted to reuse their sprites for the handheld edition. If you ask me, I think both of them are due for a comeback. Coincidentally, Chun-Li happened to be in Hong Kong while all of this was going down. Cut to Final
Really?
Fight 3, and Hagar now has to quell a new enemy in the form of the Skullcross Gang.
I am.
This time he gets help from Guy again,
paying
as
attention.
well as a police detective named Lucia. And
It's a lot
that's
to take
really
in,
all I
though.
need to
I'm
say.
slowly getting it.
Every Final Fight game can basically be boiled down to somebody fucking around and then finding out. Mike Hagar's relentless ass-kicking completely cleans up the streets of Metro City and convinces a lot of the gangsters to go legit and give up their criminal deeds. It's funny, Hagar is such a huge part of this universe, but he only gets a few cameos in the Street Fighter games. The only way you're gonna see Ryu battle with Hagar is in a spin-off like Marvel vs. Capcom. And yes, this detour was absolutely necessary. I would argue characters like Poison wouldn't be nearly as popular if they didn't make the jump over to Street Fighter.
Okay, Poison, damn.
So yeah, that was Final Fight. Let's move on. No, sorry, stop. It's still not time for that.
Not
Because
yet?
In 1995, a certain series would be released that took place after Street Fighter 1 and before Street Fighter 2. And that would be the Street Fighter Alpha series.
Okay.
Ah, when the fighting turned anime. The Street Fighter Alpha series consists of 3 different games that all kind of blur together in terms of story. Like, Alpha 1 had character motivations and rival fights and unique endings, and then Alpha
Got it.
2 basically just did that again. Dan,
Okay.
Charlie, Sagat, Chun-Li, almost all of the characters have the exact same ending, but with much different execution.
Okay.
Alpha 3, however, acts as a continuation to Alpha 1 and 2, following up on developments made in those games. It also features the climactic confrontation with Shadaloo. And yeah, I gotta elaborate on the giant criminal syndicate first, because practically every character is driven by this group, as well as its very evil leader. Enter Master Bison, or M. Bison for short. This guy is the evilest evil who ever eviled.
He
He's
looks
a martial
evil.
artist whose origins are wrapped in mystery. We don't know where he originates from, nor any known relatives. But what we do know is that he was the apprentice of someone who utilized soul power. Soul power is an aura that takes a person's spiritual energy and converts it into the physical.
Okay.
Manipulating objects, shooting energy
So there's ki, and now there's spiritual energy
beams, surrounding yourself with it. It's an incredibly
or soul energy that utilizes spiritual energy.
versatile skill to have. Bison was not just a student though, he was also a master. And eventually he taught his own apprentice, an Italian woman named Rose, that same skill. So yes,
Soul
Bison
power.
was Rose's master. A plot point the games don't like talking about all that much. Now Bison, even at this point, is still a really awful guy.
Bison learned it from Clump. I didn't know Clump was in Street Fighter. Clump, you gotta let me know when. We gotta know Clump's whole backstory.
Eventually, his arrogance and dark nature leads him to attacking and killing his master. And through this dark act, Bison's soul power changed into something completely different.
Psycho power?
Psycho power. Essentially, a more destructive form, psycho power is created as a result of evil intentions. If you have an ugly soul, you're gonna have a much more vicious power. One that allows you to hover, one that allows you to teleport back and forth, one that allows you to do the infamously powerful Psycho Crusher! This energy also feeds off of negative emotions. If you hate M. Bison, you're only making him stronger. If he ruins your life and makes you sad, it only benefits him.
And how do you beat this guy?
Using his psycho power, Bison wastes no time in creating a criminal syndicate of which he is the dictator. Shadaloo.
Of course.
A twisted organization that deals in every awful thing you could imagine. Kidnapping, drug trafficking, arms dealing, human experimentation, warmongering. Bison has at his disposal multiple bases filled with soldiers and scientists and helicopters and robots. You name it, they've got it. Shadaloo once invaded Mexico and attacked the indigenous Thunderfoot tribe just so that they could steal their land. The villagers fought back, but to no avail. The chieftain, Arroyo Hawk, was powerless against M. Bison's might. Not only was he killed, but many of the villagers were just outright kidnapped by Shadaloo's thugs. Thunderhawk, or T-Hawk for short, could only look in horror as his father was killed and girlfriend Julia abducted. No doubt the worst day of his life. But for Bison?
For me, it was a Tuesday.
Okay, and this is where it gets even
It
more
was a
fucked
Tuesday.
up. So Bison kidnapped Julia and another villager named Noembelu, and then he proceeds to put them into Project Dolls. I don't know if it's a fetish thing or what, but Bison decides that he needs an elite team of bodyguards and assassins who all happen to be women. Referring to them as dolls, Bison proceeds to kidnap multiple women from all over the world in order to mess with their heads and brainwash them.
What?
The dolls are completely subservient to Shadaloo. They receive genetic enhancements to have exceptional reflexes and combat ability, but at the cost of their life expectancy. And every one of them is named after a month of the year in their native language. So in order, we have Enero, Fevrier, Mars, April, Satsuki, Juni, Julie, Santamu, Xiaoyu, Jianyu, Noembelu, and DiCapri. Only 3 of these characters are playable, by the way.
Oh my goodness.
But I'm leaving out someone important. The main doll. The one girl who excels above all others. Killer Bee. You may know her as Cammy, but despite what the menus would tell you, that name was not established until she met up with Delta Red. For now, she is just Killer Bee, a clone of M. Bison.
What? Wait, how does that work? She's a clone of him, but if she's a clone, then shouldn't she be a... How did a girl clone come from him? Did they like... I don't know about you guys, but when I hear clone, I think same gender at least, right? Like I know they don't have to look the same, because they could probably alter that in the cloning genetic process or whatever. Why? Why girl? Not that it's bad that she's girl, but I'm just more confused why girl.
In regards to his genetic material, she's a clone. Whatever you say, game, I'll just take your word for it.
Okay.
Killer Bee was a test tube baby. She was created in Shadaloo's labs, the one who stood out amongst the rest. And like the other dolls, she is Bison's go-to girl when it comes to retrieving data and assassinations. You can only imagine how much death and destruction Killer Bee has caused. Along with the dolls, Bison also hired some ruthless fighters to be his enforcers, to stand on top of the mountain as his fellow kings. First up is Balrog, a boxer from Las Vegas. This guy is a dirty fighter with one hell of a punch. This guy is so strong, he's been known to knock out elephants. Freaking elephants! He is so vicious and deadly that the Boxing League wants nothing to do with him. Since he's too intimidating to make money the normal way, he gladly accepts Shadaloo's offer to punch out their enemies. And finally, we have Vega, a Spaniard who mastered the art of ninjutsu. This guy has serious mental issues. He is a narcissist who believes himself to be the most beautiful creature on the planet. As a child, his mother instilled upon him the belief that beauty was above all else. In
Narcissist
Vega's twisted
reincarnated?
world, anything that's ugly deserves to die.
Mentally ill Spanish ninja who's a narcissist.
He prefers to wear a mask and claw to battle, not only to protect his beautiful face, but also to keep a good distance away from the ugly prey he'll no doubt be cutting to pieces.
He's climbing on the fence.
Make no mistake, this guy is one of the strongest characters in Street Fighter. And now that I've introduced all of the Shadaloo Kings, I want to mention the fact that you shouldn't confuse Balrog with Mike, even though his Japanese name is M. Bison. Mike Bison, Mike Tyson. You get it?
Yeah.
See, in 1991, I guess Capcom decided that associating the boxer with the actual controversial man, Mike Tyson, might be a little awkward. So they decided to rearrange all of the Shadaloo King names so that the boxer became Balrog, which was originally Vega's name. And the Spanish ninja became Vega, which was originally the dictator's name, and then the dictator became M. Bison. So yeah, whenever you go to an international fighting tournament where people from all kinds of countries are battling, they usually just refer to the three fighters as Boxer, Claw, and Dictator. Because the games have not changed their names and I live in Canada, I will still be referring to the Boxer as Balrog, I will still be referring to the Dictator as M. Bison, and that's just how it's gonna be. You're just gonna have to roll with that. Okay? Okay. No connection to the Street Fighter 1 character. They were never supposed to be the same guy, apparently, according to Capcom. So, yeah, now you know. With all these assassins and kidnappers and muscle, Shadaloo has tightened its grip on the world. They've secretly infiltrated multiple military forces and taken out any law enforcement that dare investigate them. One Chinese Interpol officer named Dorai was hot on the heels of Shadaloo, himself a skilled fighter thanks to his friendship with a certain Gen the Invincible. But unfortunately, he couldn't overcome the odds, and one day, he disappeared. Permanently. He left behind a daughter who would follow in his footsteps. Chun-Li. Trained by her father in martial arts, she joins up with Interpol in order to discover what happened to him. Originally, she participated in street fighting just to get information on her cases, but the more she did it, the more she realized how enjoyable it felt. It wouldn't take long for her to earn the title of the strongest woman in the world. And on the military side,
of course, look at those
two men
thighs.
became aware of corruption in the U.S. Air Force and decided to start looking for evidence. Charlie Nash and William Guile, best friends who really need to fire their barber. Look at that hair, man! I can accept the fact that Guile is so patriotic that he got 2 American flag tattoos, but geez, that broom on your head! You're a strange fellow, Guile. Thanks to their efforts of taking the fight to Shadaloo, they get acquainted with Chun-Li and decide to cooperate together. Meanwhile, you remember Birdie, the English bouncer guy? Well, it turns out the reason he started street fighting was to gain the attention of Shadaloo. This guy is either really brave or really stupid because he decides to meet up with M. Bison and demand a job. The two have a battle, and while Birdie is nowhere near the Dictator's League, he at least leaves an impression. You are strong. Okay, I'll accept you as a member of Shadaloo. And so Birdie ends up joining, although this will turn out to not be the dream position that he was hoping for. You know who was never a part of Shadaloo? The Russian professional wrestler Zangief. Well, actually, his name is pronounced Zangief, but I've been calling him the Geef since I was 6 years old, and it's really hard to break that habit, okay? This guy, though, holy. The man is pure muscle. Zangief worships muscles so much that he believes they are the most beautiful thing in the world.
Drop dead! Muscle! It was nice try.
Reminder, Balrog has knocked out elephants. This man is so fucking strong that he can actually survive bladed weapons.
No way.
Muscle is stronger than blade.
Don't listen to
no.
him, kids. You do not want to get stabbed.
Don't do that.
Zangief is a freak of nature who
Don't
loves
try it
to
at home.
pile drive people. He spins around so fast that people call him the Red Cyclone. So as you can imagine, no one could beat him in the wrestling ring. This earned the attention of the Russian president.
Oh yeah, look at how much taller he is than them. Oh my goodness.
Mikhail Gorbachev. And I know what you're thinking. Haha, Clement made
Either that's just like a perspective thing that just makes it look like he's way taller, or he's actually just that much taller than them.
Jokey joke. No, I'm serious. It is Gorbachev. Capcom has an official lore website for Street Fighter. It's called the Shadaloo Research Institute. It was very helpful in making this video. And as I was scrolling through the dozens of profiles, I noticed that Gorbachev is listed here. This is real. They did this. The former Russian president is canon to the Street Fighter universe. When Zangief beats Street Fighter 2, they both do the Cossack dance. This is goddamn wild. So while Zangief was busy wrestling bears in the mountains of Siberia,
with no
Gorbachev
pants
asked him
on.
if he'd be willing to do his country proud by taking out Shadaloo. The Red Cyclone happily accepts because he loves Mother Russia, and Bison needs to be taken down a peg. Ignore what Wreck-It Ralph told you. Zangief was never a bad guy. How dare you lie in the presence of our Lord and Master, Dr. Eggman? Moving from one weirdo to another, let's talk about Dalsim.
Yeah, wait, why was Zangief there? If he's actively fighting against the bad guys, why isn't... Wouldn't it make more sense if Akuma was there and not Zangief? I was always kind of confused about that. Like, why was Zangief in that in the first... I didn't ever remember him being a bad guy.
In India lives a practitioner of yoga. That's it. He's just good at yoga. And after mastering
Russians
yoga,
are bad.
Dalsim gained the ability to stretch his body. His arms go big, his legs go big. He can wrap himself up
Because the writers don't know the lore.
in a pretzel. I've heard of being limber, but this is friggin' ridiculous. He can float in the air. I'm not sure how, but he can. Oh,
Did he eat
also, he can teleport. Yeah.
What? Wait a second. That guy has the Gum Gum fruit because he can stretch out his limbs without worrying about his bones and muscles and stuff. He can teleport and he can fly or float.
If he's in Japan and he decides, I want to visit New York, boom! Instantly. No plane ticket required. You want another crazy ability? Well, guess what? He can read people's minds. He's like
Oh my
Professor
goodness.
X. He can just go into your head and learn whatever he wants. And finally, because he
With
prays
no
to the god of
repercussions?
fire, Agni, Dalsim can also shoot fire out of his mouth.
Of course.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah.
Now, Dalsim is a pacifist by nature, which would beg the question of why he's street fighting. Well, it's a great way to make money, as it turns out, and when his village succumbs to plague
Oh my
and illness,
goodness.
this is the only solution that Dalsim has: to fight and buy medicine for his people. And doing so makes him a hero to everyone in the village, including his wife Sally and their newborn son, Data.
He has a
But
wife?
because he has reached a higher plane of enlightenment, he becomes aware of the evil that
Man, if this guy can get a wife, can I?
Shadaloo is doing. Sensing something apocalyptic in our future, he goes out seeking M. Bison. Speaking of, you remember how he had an apprentice, an Italian woman named Rose? Well,
I
Rose is a
remember.
fortune teller who can also predict the future.
Got
Using
it.
the power of tarot cards, she also becomes aware of Bison's evil. Since she uses soul energy, she feels she's the best person for the job when it comes to taking
It's either going to be a wife or a man wife.
him down, even if she has to sacrifice her own life
So, yes.
to do so. Man, there's a lot of people gunning for this guy, including Guy. While training with his master, Zeku imparts a mantra to his student. When he who would bring chaos to the world appears, the shadows of Bushin shall be there. Thinking back on this statement while seeing all of the disorder that Shadaloo is causing, he connects the dots. In order to be a true Bushinryu, he must vanquish the evil. He must vanquish M. Bison. And after all of these character introductions, I can finally return to our main protagonist. Ryu had defeated Sagat in the first ever Street Fighter tournament.
Yep.
And while there was cause for celebration, he still accomplished this in a very scary way. He tapped into the Satsui no Hado. That this demonic urge can affect even him is a terrifying prospect. Unless you're Akuma, in which case this is the challenge he's been looking for. In search of his master's killer, Ryu manages to discover an isolated island with a shrine inside. There, he is confronted by Akuma. After an exchange of blows, the Dark Warrior tells Ryu that the two have the same power. When the evil intent awakens within you, then you will know. All these past battles will seem like child's play. And then Akuma just straight up punches the ground so hard that the island itself sinks into the sea.
What?
Oh yeah! This character is often a secret boss for players who clear arcade mode like an expert. And he deserves that position. Akuma is strong enough to split mountains apart. He once swam through the ocean and spin-kicked a submarine in half. The man is so mighty that he was made an extra boss in Capcom's Asura's Wrath, a hypercharged game about literal gods.
Oh, I fucking love Asura's Wrath. I love that game, actually.
It's a bit OP. Well,
I need to revisit the lore of Asura's Wrath. I haven't played that in so long.
say that, but he does have his struggles with one particular fighter. The man of 100 bloody battles, Gen. Akuma confronted him since he has quite the reputation, and according to the biographies of Street Fighter 30th Anniversary, Gen apparently beat Akuma. Yeah! This is depicted all too well in Gen's ending, where the old Chinese master can't bring himself to deliver the killing blow. Because for Gen, this was the best fight of his whole entire life. And if he were to finish off Akuma, he'd never get stronger and deliver a fantastic rematch.
Wouldn't
Akuma
that Rick's...
very much loves the challenge,
okay, whatever.
so of course, these two will meet again. It should also be mentioned that since Gen trained Chun-Li's father, he also tries to look out for his daughter. But they don't interact nearly enough to have much of a story there. But anyway, news of the Street Fighter tournament reaches...
Really? Even though they're pretty much directly connected? Interesting.
A lot of people. Ken Masters has been busy claiming the trophy of the All-American Martial Arts Tournament and thus earning the moniker of the King of American Fighters. That's right, Ken is the King of Fighters.
Hey, come on! Get serious!
But despite all of his success, seeing that Ryu managed to triumph over the unbeatable Sagat, Ken gets the urge to return to Japan.
You fight well, but why do you fight?
I fight because there's a man I have to defeat. Until that day comes, I won't ever stop.
Oh, and the girl Ken's talking to is Eliza. Their first meeting goes pretty well as he ends up dating her.
Oh.
But Ken manages to reunite with Ryu and challenges him to a match. Going all out, the King of American Fighters scores the victory. But it's not quite what Ken was expecting. Something's bugging you. Your heart wasn't in it this time. That battle with Sagat really messed with your head, man. Sensing his friend is down in the dumps, Ken takes off the red ribbon holding his hair together and gives it away. Here, you keep this. If you lose it again...
That's what the ribbon on his head is? It's originally Ken's hair tie? Tell me at least washed it before he put it on himself. That's how you get lice.
This will remind you of me and the fight. This present would be Ryu's new fighting bandana from Street Fighter 2 onwards. So if you were wondering why the color was white in the Alpha games, there you go. Funny enough, Ken would tell Eliza that he was actually really lucky to win against Ryu's newfound strength. The man never stops improving. He's always jumping from one fight to the next, even in the heart of the city, where a certain young high school student practically falls in love. Sakura Kasagano, a cheerful and energetic girl, she becomes Ryu's biggest fangirl and starts emulating him. Wearing a white headband, red gloves, even practicing his moves. Without any formal training at all, Sakura managed to discover how to shoot her own fireballs.
Damn.
Look, Guile has his sonic booms, Chun-Li has Kikoken, and DJ has his air slashers. As far as I'm concerned, this isn't as spectacular a feat as you might think. Despite still going to school...
Yeah, but she did it without any, like, official training from, like, a master, right? She, like, that's all self-taught, isn't it? That's pretty impressive by itself.
Sakura begins street fighting herself, all in the hopes of finding Ryu and becoming his student. She eventually tracks down the warrior and challenges him to a fight. Ryu accepts, but he does hold back his true strength. Afterwards, she begs Ryu to be her master, but he refuses, because he's still learning himself and doesn't have time to train a pupil. Sakura takes a picture of her idol and then contemplates the strange thing that he said. All this time, she thought street fighting was just a fun way to blow off steam. And yet, a man like Ryu is still learning himself. Maybe there's more to this, eh? Ryu's rejection does not curb her enthusiasm. Sakura goes forward with more determination than ever before. Oh, and I guess I should mention that Sakura also appears in Rival Schools, another Capcom fighting game that shares this universe. You'd think that Sakura being a teenage fighter was unique, but no! Apparently every high school student can launch people into the sky for air combos. The plot of these games revolves around some bad mama...
Also, she needs to invest in some, like, tights or spandex or something. She can't be doing, like, those spin kicks in a skirt with nothing underneath. Like, protect yourself, girlie.
Emma trying to brainwash the students so that they can create an army of soldiers that will conquer Japan. So it's up to Batsu, Hinata, Kyosuke, and everybody else to beat ass and save the day. One fighter in particular is Akira Kazama, a motorcycle enthusiast whose brother goes missing. Fearing that his gang friends wouldn't help a girl, she dons a badass disguise to enlist their help. Akira is also good friends with Sakura, training martial arts together despite going to completely different schools.
That's exactly what I mean. You see it right there.
Fantastic, by the way, and they need a re-release badly. And while we're at it, let me just talk about all of the potential crossovers. In Street Fighter Alpha 2, Ken's stage takes place on a yacht where everyone is celebrating Eliza's birthday. But the people attending this party are quite interesting, because there's Morgan,
why is Akuma there?
Felicia, and Dimitri of the Darkstalkers franchise. Now, Darkstalkers is about monsters who hide from society, so it's not like their existence would conflict with the lore. Heck, in one of Felicia's endings, she actually mentions Blanca, implying that they share a universe. Zeku wants to lead the Bushinryu down their justice-achieving path, and at one point he even pitches the idea of referring to this new chapter of ninjas as Striders. Strider is another Capcom franchise set in the far future.
I never actually played the game.
Battles against an evil cyber cult.
I just know the demon lady.
Looks pretty darn identical. Does Zeku ultimately create the Striders? Captain Commando is another franchise set in the future, and specifically in Metro City. Yeah, it's supposed to take place long after Final Fight began. And then there's Mega Man. In Mega Man X, Dr. Light leaves behind capsules that teaches X how to perform both the Hadouken and Shoryuken. And he does all of this while wearing Ryu's Dogi. And for some reason, in Street Fighter 6, Dr. Light's face is on the currency.
Okay.
All of these connections make my brain tingle in the best possible ways. But then again, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar.
Yeah, there's so many intertwining characters. Like, Akuma showed up in the Tekken universe, like, randomly, so now they have a whole universe that they're also connected to. Oh my goodness.
But I digress. Another character motivated by Ryu's victory is a man named Dan Hibiki. That name should sound familiar because his father Go was murdered by Sagat, and ever since, the child has wanted revenge. But here's the thing about Dan. He's kind of an idiot. Egotistical, ignorant, overconfident, Dan is the most full of himself fighter on the roster. And I don't know where he gets this confidence because he's not that good of a fighter. I mean, he's got to have some ability, right?
Oh my
At the
goodness.
last minute, a fighter named Dan Hibiki managed to squeak by with just enough points to qualify.
I mean, if you can at least make it into these tournaments, there's gotta be something. Dan G is
Somehow.
pink, although it wasn't that way originally. Apparently, he's not very good at washing clothes. He once tried to train under Goken, but due to his lackadaisical nature and the fact that the Satsui no Hada would definitely corrupt him, Goken kicked him out. And ever since, Dan has been under the impression that Ryu and Ken stole his fighting style and are merely copycats.
What?
Which is ironic, because Dan's entire moveset is stolen from SNK's Art of Fighting. As a rib towards their competitors, Capcom created Dan to be something of a mockery, a joke character, if you will. He's modeled heavily after Ryo Sakazaki, shooting his projectiles and kicking in the air the exact same way. One of his win quotes.
So he accused Ken and Ryu of stealing his martial arts style when he in fact stole it from somebody else.
In Alpha 3 just straight up references both Art of Fighting and the King of Fighters. He's a comedic character who's not meant to be taken seriously, even if his backstory kind of is. Because once he sees Ryu defeat Sagat, he realizes that now is the time. If that homeless vagabond can beat the Muay Thai Emperor, then surely it'll be a piece of cake for him. Oh, Dan.
Oh, Dan.
You remember Adon, Sagat's apprentice? Well, he saw the finals as well, and he was absolutely disgusted. Not with Ryu, but rather his master. The reason Adon looked up to Sagat was because he was an unstoppable force of nature, the best kind of fighter to learn from. But this so-called emperor couldn't even handle a homeless layabout like Ryu. Clearly, he no longer has what it takes. He's gone too soft. So Adon vows to become the new Muay Thai champion, one that will put Sagat in his place. And while we're on that subject, let's finally return to said emperor, because Sagat is not feeling so good. Once again, this guy was undefeatable, and not only has he lost, but now he has a gigantic scar to remind him of this fact. Sagat is pissed, and now all he wants to do is fight Ryu again. He also develops his own uppercut technique in order to counter Ryu's Shoryuken. But by far, the most infamous thing he does is join the ranks of Shadaloo. Sagat figures by becoming one of the 4 Shadaloo kings, Bison will give him the resources he needs to train hard, as well as seek out the Wandering Warrior. And well, that's exactly what happens. Sagat meets with Ryu again, driven completely by rage and revenge.
Only got that scar
Our hero is
from
taken
the
aback,
fight.
thinking the fight pointless since the former champion hasn't fully recovered. And so the two battle in an open field amidst a thunderstorm, and Sagat claims the victory. Afterwards, though, he doesn't feel a sense of accomplishment or pride. Why did he look at me with pity? Ryu is a man of honor. Perhaps he held back. Ryu would not do that. Would he? Suddenly, the man burning with revenge now feels confused and lost. And this completely affects his mindset going forward. Because Sagat eventually gets challenged by Adon, and despite being his apprentice, the ginger fighter is triumphant, giving Sagat his second ever loss. This is confirmed not only by Alpha 3, but also Street Fighter 4. This victory catches the eye of M. Bison, who actually tries recruiting the former apprentice into Shadaloo. Though despite how arrogant and full of himself he is, even Adon has its limits, refusing to join a syndicate
Out of my way,
that
drug
deals in
lord.
drugs. Sagat is having a midlife crisis, it seems, and that's when he gets approached by Dan Hibiki. Announcing that he's come to avenge his father, Sagat doesn't see a fool. Instead, he sees himself. Another fighter driven by revenge, someone who will not stop until he's gotten his vengeance. So despite the fact that Dan is nowhere near Sagat's league, the Muay Thai Emperor throws the fight. He doesn't quit,
On
he
purpose?
just lets Dan knock him down and pretends that he was bested, earning himself a 3rd loss to his record. You know, it's interesting. In the original Street Fighter games, Sagat seems to be just a straight-up villain. He laughs maniacally, he's got the look, he's one of the Shadaloo Kings. And yet, even as early as Street Fighter II, he's described at heart as an honorable man. He's done horrible things, but he is a hero in Thailand. The Alpha games really set up for this character's redemption as he starts to understand that Ryu wasn't lucky, that maybe this kid actually deserves to be a champion. As for Dan Hibiki, he buys completely that he's one of the greatest fighters to ever live for defeating Sagat.
Oh, this is not good for his ego.
Not only does he give up his quest for revenge, but he decides to make money off of this by opening his own dojo. One where he is the master, teaching all of his students the majesty of the Saikyo style.
Oh my
goodness. And because
goodness.
he opened the school, he earns the attention of Sakura, who is still very much looking to improve as a fighter. Now, being a teenager, she's a little more gullible than most. Dan brags about how, oh yeah, I know Ryu. He's an apprentice of mine. He stops by all the time. This leads Sakura to hanging out with Dan and becoming friends.
Notice her. Notice her. Hers is bigger than his.
All that helpful, however, as she's a way better fighter than he'll ever be.
Now,
I gotta mention one last thing about M. Bison. Using Psycho Power really damages the body. Unless you have the appropriate physique and genetics, this thing's gonna break you down in no time at all. So, using all of the Shadaloo scientists at his disposal, he constantly performs experiments on people, trying to see if he can integrate them with Psycho Power. During this process, he discovers that he can transfer his soul into other people.
What?
As a temporary measure, Bison has been hopping from one body to the next just to preserve his own existence. He's even created backup artificial bodies just in case the worst should happen. Even the dolls are potential vessels.
What?
If he really needs to, he can just possess Killer Bee like it ain't no thing. Bison is seeking the ultimate body, someone whose physical makeup can handle any kind of destructive energy. Something like the Satsui no Hado.
Oh.
So yes, another consequence of Ryu winning the Street Fighter tournament is that M. Bison saw in him...
He wants his body. And not in that way.
the perfect vessel. If the dictator could possess this kid's body, there's no limit to what his power could be. Chun-Li continues hot on the trail of Shadaloo when she comes face to face with Vega.
The style of your kick, like that man's.
You mean my dad?
Indeed, I can tell you about your father. Also, how he met his end.
Except he doesn't, because Vega immediately takes off via helicopter.
Of course he
encourages
does.
Chun-Li to go straight to the source as she ambushes M. Bison at his helipad. She puts up a valiant effort, but the dictator retreats. Where do you think you're going? Don't worry, child. We will meet again. I hope you'll amuse me then, more than your father did. With this, Chun-Li receives total confirmation that Bison killed her father. And so, she dedicates the rest of her life to bringing down Shadaloo. Similarly, Charlie Nash learns that Bison's location is in Brazil. He decides to pursue him alone.
I don't care if it's the brass in my way or just you. I'm stopping Shadaloo and Bison.
If you go this alone, you're not coming back. Please, Charlie, at least let me help.
No, you have a family to go home to. I'm going to stop them alone.
So Charlie goes off and finds Bison on
So
top of a
mentioned.
giant waterfall. And although he didn't bring Guile with him, he does signal one of the Air Force's attack choppers to come and pick up the dictator. And again, because Bison is still seeking the perfect body, he's not yet invincible. Charlie actually defeats the tyrant and everything seems to be going pretty well. However, then the chopper arrives.
No!
Why? Die.
Charlie is shot from behind and killed. It seems he underestimated just how far the corruption in the Air Force actually went.
Wow.
Bison throws him off the cliff, presumably to never be seen ever again. Wink! And this is confirmed as canon, meaning his entire existence in Alpha 3 never happened. Guile would never find Charlie's body, but he does acquire a burning desire for justice. He will not stop until Shadaloo is destroyed. And finally, that takes us to Alpha 3.
Oh, we're not even at Street Fighter 2 yet. we're at Alpha 3. Oh my goodness.
I know, we're an hour in, and I'm only at Alpha 3. There were just so many character backstories to set up back there. And well, I've got a few more. Let's talk about Blanca. Once a normal 10-year-old boy by the name of Jimmy, Blanca was flying across Brazil to visit his uncle when Shadaloo happened. For whatever reason, they wanted to kill somebody on the plane and thus shot a missile at it. It crashed into the Amazon, leaving only one survivor. Little Jimmy had to fend for himself and become a jungle boy. He learned how to hunt, he tapped into a primal state of being, and this morphed the lad into a muscle-bound beast man with green skin.
Blanca's our
also
national
developed the ability
treasure.
to produce electricity by constantly swimming with electric eels. Oh yeah, this is hard science right here. Poor little Blanca spent most of his life in the jungle until curiosity got the better of him. At some point, Dan Hibiki ended up in Brazil and Blanca saved his life. The
Okay.
circumstances aren't very specific, but they became the best of friends. Knowing that
Aw,
there are other
that's
fighters
sweet.
out there who would match his ferocious tenacity, Blanca ventures away from the jungle to participate in street fights. While doing so, he reunites with Dan, becoming another pupil of the Saikyo Dojo. And he also becomes
How is Dan getting multiple pupils that are way stronger than him? I too have electric powers.
friends with Sakura. The schoolgirl has still been training, eventually crossing paths with another girl named Karen Kanzuki. Karen is a Japanese
Karen.
heiress of the Kanzuki Zaibatsu. Oh god, not another Zaibatsu.
Oh my
Jesus.
gosh.
She comes from an extremely wealthy family who has but one motto. In all things,
Not the
be
Zaibatsu.
victorious. And when they say all things, that definitely includes martial arts, as Karen is a practitioner of Kanzuki style. This family is so rich, they have a giant satellite that can shoot a giant fuck-off laser whenever they want. This also means she's crossed paths with Ken Masters on many occasions, as they both exist in that high society bubble. She once challenged Ken, only to suffer defeat. And then she met
What's up? What is with not one but two rich white kids learn martial arts in this universe?
up with Sakura, who I may remind you has no real formal training. Despite that, Sakura still manages to defeat Karen handily, regardless of her Kanzuki upbringing.
Also, what's her name? Sakura. Look at Karen. Invest in some spandex, right? Okay? Do what Karen's doing, invest in some spandex. She's Japanese somehow. Okay.
Being a
Got
proud
it.
person who must always be victorious, she decides that Sakura is her eternal rival. Also, I don't know what anime trope she fits into, but she's always laughing maniacally.
I forget what the trope is called, but that is yeah. I forget which dairy it is.
Then there's Mika Nanakawa, otherwise known as Rainbow Mika. She's a wrestler who competes in the Iwashigahama Japan Women's Pro Wrestling League. Trained by Yoko Harmageddon, Mika formed a tag team with a girl named
damn,
Yamato
okay.
Nadeshiko. Are you with me? In order to spread the word of her women's league, she would participate in street fights as a way of promotion. She even defeated Karen Kanzuki, who promised to sponsor her if she was victorious. And thus, a friendship was formed.
Aw.
More than anything else, Rainbow Mika got into the wrestling scene because she's a huge fangirl of Zangief. She travels the world hoping to run into the Red Cyclone. Next up, we have Fei Long, a Hong Kong martial artist turned movie star, because fighting game developers can't help but make a Bruce Lee tribute character. And
Yeah.
honestly, that's really all there is to it.
Yeah.
Then we have DJ, a Jamaican kickboxer who is also a music star. To him, fighting is all about rhythm. He's always dancing and smiling whenever he's in a fight. One of his hit pop songs is titled Maximum. And that's all I've got to say.
Sorry if you heard DJ. I
Let's
think
talk
he
about the heavy
sneezed.
hitter,
I don't know
Edmund
what that was.
Honda. E. Honda is the greatest sumo wrestler who ever lived, and he loves spending the majority of his time at a public bathhouse known as Kapokan-yu. This man Japan entered street fights all over Japan purely to show everyone the greatness that sumo had to offer. He believes that it should be part of the Olympic Games. He just wants to fight.
I mean, I agree. Sumo's pretty cool. It should be added to the Olympic Games.
And for sumo to be recognized. He, DJ, and Fei Lon don't have a lot of connections or arcs. No friends, no enemies, no major motivation other than wanting to fight because they can. Which is good for me because it's a few less characters that I have to recap. But I do have to return to one interesting citizen of Metro City. You remember Cody, the guy who was dating Hagar's daughter? The guy who helped defeat the Mad Gear Gang?
Yep.
Well, it turns out this guy loves fighting a little too much. Even though all of the crime had been quelled, Cody was not yet satisfied. He became bored and directionless, and then all of a sudden, this guy just starts picking fights with people. And not even necessarily criminals, just tough guys who looked at him funny. He goes on a rampage, which breaks his relationship with Jessica apart and gets him arrested. He gets charged with assault, and being buddy-buddy with the mayor isn't enough to keep him out of prison.
Yeah, guy, because you can't just beat up people just because they look strong. At least, like, try to get into mixed martial arts, you know? Go into an official tournament. Surely they still have those in a peaceful society.
Yeah, Cody Travers is now a prisoner locked behind bars. Did you see that coming? But here's the thing about Cody. He's insanely strong. And one day, he just decides that he's bored and he doesn't want to sit around anymore. So, he punches the outer wall so hard that he creates a giant hole that he can just walk out of.
I thought he was just a regular guy.
Contain Cody Travers.
I thought he was just a regular schmegular guy. He just breaks a wall down with a single punch.
And you'd think that he'd stay out of prison, but actually, Cody feels like he deserves to be in there, so he just casually returns like he went for a walk or something.
Why'd you break out in the first place?
How bad is the prison system in Metro City if this guy can just casually walk in and out multiple times? Either way, Cody's new demeanor puts a rift between himself and Guy. Guy is all about vanquishing evil and upholding justice, and his friend just isn't the same man he used to be. Still, Cody isn't a thug. He still wants to help right any wrongs he comes across, and despite wearing handcuffs, he is still an incredibly capable fighter. It's really downplayed, but Cody is one of the stronger Street Fighter characters. His win quotes against characters like Akuma implies that he can handle some incredibly tough customers. One wonders if he could replace Ryu as the main hero. But I'm done introducing new characters for a while. We can finally just talk about the plot. And Alpha 3 centers around something called the Psycho Drive. Bison has built a gigantic machine that uses psycho power.
What?
Not only can Bison heal himself with this machine, but he can also use it to drain the life out of others in order to fuel a big fuck-off laser that can nuke an entire city.
What?
The dictator wants to destroy civilization so that he can create pain and misery that will fuel his power.
Oh my
hot on
gosh.
his trail are the Street Fighters, who collectively figure out where he is and show up in the nick of time. How they do this is vague and undefined. It's an arcade game, so 1 minute Ryu is battling Sodom, and then the next he's just facing off with Bison at his secret base. I don't know how he found his way there. I'm just going to assume he went with Chun-Li. And yeah, you gotta figure that all of the heroes know each other and have met at some point, because it's not like there's a Ryu meets Guile moment in the games themselves.
Yeah.
At least, not most of the time. We do get to see Ryu first
least
meet
on the
Rose,
earlier
and
ones.
because she can see visions of the future, she tells him that he can potentially defeat M. Bison, but only if he reaches deep within. I think this is the first time he becomes aware of Shadaloo. Either way, Rose is still dead set on stopping Bison herself, even if she has to sacrifice her life to do so. This mindset gets a lot of pushback from Dalsim, as well as Guy, who becomes a big acquaintance as the series goes on. In an effort to bring down Bison, T-Hawk eventually discovers what became of his girlfriend when he encounters Julie.
Oh, yeah.
The woman he loved is no more, merely one of Shadaloo's pawns. But
Yeah.
a damn good one. one because she takes out her former lover, leaving him to lick his wounds until Street Fighter 2. Yeah, Julia is not saved from the brainwashing for quite a while. Speaking of, Dhalsim ends up finding Killer Bee, and upon reading her mind, he informs her that something is wrong. I heard Shadaloo has technology that can control human minds. Perhaps your suppressed mind is trying to come out. This plants the seed of doubt inside Killer Bee's head that makes her wonder about her own existence. Who is she? Why is she serving Bison? Is there more to life than just blindly following orders? Bison takes notice of Killer Bee's self-awareness and figures that she's outlived her usefulness. And so, he orders Vega to assassinate her. Killer Bee tries to defend herself, but Vega is an incredibly tough combatant. Despite his orders, he doesn't go through with killing her. As I've said before, the Spaniard believes that the world should only contain beauty. And as far as he's concerned, Killer Bee is something of a delicate flower. It would be a shame to snuff out something so beautiful. Meanwhile, Rose manages to arrive at Shadaloo's secret base before the others, confronting M. Bison. The two have a heated battle. You were my master. Now I must destroy you with my own hands. Ugh! Can you see who truly wields the power granted only to us?
Oh my goodness.
Two separate lives share the same soul. Okay, so there's a lot of confusion about this element. So what Bison is basically saying here is that when he committed to psycho power, the good part of his soul left him and found another body to inhabit. That
Whose body?
was
Rose's.
Rose. Some people misinterpret this as meaning that Rose is Bison's soul and that she was created because of this act. And no, that's not the case. She is an Italian woman who grew up a full adult, who trained with Bison as her apprentice, and then absorbed a bit of his soul when he cast it out. Being proficient in soul power, it just sort of drifted to her, I guess. But regardless, she gets critically injured and Bison informs her that they have a connection. One that will benefit him greatly in just a little bit. So anyway, the Street Fighters arrive. Ryu, Chun-Li, Zangief, Rainbow Mika, Sakura, Dan, Blanca, a whole bunch of people. And this is where we start getting into the confusing nature of Street Fighter's lore, because there are so many elements about these endings that are canon, and yet they're all mixed together in some kind of hodgepodge. Ryu reaches the base and he manages to find Ken. Except Ken is not acting like himself. It turns out that Bison abducted his best friend and brainwashed him into becoming violent.
Oh no, not Ken!
This is Violent Ken, a man who has no other instinct but to fight. Funny enough, this becomes an offshoot character in games like Ultra Street Fighter 2.
Violent Ken,
Ryu
evil
manages to
Ryu.
knock Ken out and return him to normal, which amuses Bison because this guy is every bit the strong fighter he heard he was. And so we get our first confrontation between hero and villain, Ryu versus Bison. This is both the most badass and most difficult version of Bison in any of these games. That Super Psycho Crusher is a son of a bitch, let me tell ya.
Yeah, how do you
the
block
Dictator
that?
does struggle against the young martial artist.
Or dodge
but
it.
while his body is starting to deteriorate, he still has his backup plan. You are destined to become my next host body. My soul is eternal. Now die! Bison releases an energy ball that starts awakening the Satsui no Hado within Ryu. It's at this point that Sagat, one of Bison's Shadaloo Kings, speaks out against this. Ryu, is this your true potential? You've always been my rival. Don't let him use you like this! According to the 30th anniversary profiles, Sagat also briefly battled Ryu in order to snap him out of it. Something that doesn't happen in the Ryu arcade mode, so you can see how things are all mixed together weirdly. But it does have an effect. Ryu starts reflecting on all of the people he's met on his journey. Rose, Sakura, Akuma, everybody's words of encouragement ring through his head, allowing him to break free from the control.
Have to look
Ryu
away
busts
from
out
the
one more gigantic
flashing.
Shoryuken, which manages to make Bison friggin' explode.
What?
This dude is dead as fuck. Holy hell. As for the Psycho Drive, I know it gets destroyed, but I'm not entirely sure how this occurs. There's a lot of potential endings where maybe Karen destroys it with her satellite laser, maybe Blanca overloads it with electricity, maybe Zangief just spins into it really hard. What I do know is that Rainbow Mika's ending is canon. In her story, she meets up with her idol Zangief, and the two end up inside Shadaloo's base where things start blowing up. She remembered the red cyclone protecting her from debris in Street Fighter V. So that happened. And if that happened, then I think it's safe to assume that Zangief destroyed the machine. At the same time, in Street Fighter V, Shadaloo make a point of destroying Karen's satellite with the Black Moons, which may have been a preemptive measure to prevent Alpha 3 from happening again. Until Capcom gives us a clear, definitive answer, it's a big choose-your-own-adventure. Regardless, the point is, the Psycho Drive is destroyed and M. Bison has been obliterated. Sagat comes to understand that Ryu himself is still learning and far from being a master. But at the same time, the prospect of a rematch, a true rematch where both competitors are healthy and willing, it gives him something to live for. Guy manages to find Rose unconscious, although he gets this odd feeling that something evil still lingers in the air. And he's right to think that. You see, while the body of Bison is certainly dead, his soul is very much still alive. And now, he resides inside the body of Rose.
No,
and you
not
can
Rose!
Bet that he'll be looking for his revenge.
Not Rose!
Finally, right? We have finally reached Street Fighter 2, one of the most important video games that's ever existed. You know...
Yeah, we'll watch the Street Fighter 2 one, then we'll save the rest for next time.
Your grandma knows it, everyone's heard of this game, but do they know the lore? Okay, so those two guys fighting in the street are Scott and Max. Scott is the white guy and a bouncer who enjoys fishing for black bass. Max is a boxer who often causes trouble in tournaments, then gambles his winnings away. They're not playable. They don't have any connections to anyone. They
just have names, that's it.
They're just there in the opening.
Yeah.
And Capcom decided to give them lore for some reason. Look, I had to pull what I could because despite being the most influential fighting game of all time, this thing has very little lore to speak of. Even the outcome is very vague, and you'll have to indulge me when I start talking about it. Regardless, M. Bison continued doing his evil Shadaloo thing in the body of Rose. That is until his scientists prepare him a spare body, at which point he just dumps the fortune teller and lets her live her life. Which is kind of merciful and surprising. You'd think that Shadaloo would want to hold on to her, but hey.
Yeah, that's a
Bison
bit
decides that he
strange.
wants to gather all of the world's strongest fighters, not only to use as brainwashed soldiers and potential host bodies, but also to record and gather their data. Something that will definitely come into play in the next game. What better way to bring everyone together than by hosting the second ever Street Fighter tournament, the World Warrior Tournament. This announcement gets everyone's attention, including Shadaloo's biggest enemies. Ryu, Ken, Chun-Li, Honda, Zangief, Dhalsim, Guile, Blanca, DJ, Phelan, T-Hawk, and a new competitor named Cammy. Well, she's not new, as she is the completely reformed Killer Bee. So basically, after Vega saved her life, Shadaloo decided to keep using her. They drop her on the doorstep of Delta Red, a British special forces group that goes on missions to maintain world peace. They've crossed paths with Shadaloo quite a few times, and it seems Bison has been prepping Killer Bee to infiltrate the group for quite a while. It might explain why she has an English accent and no one else does. Anyway, I guess they just figured she would know what to do because they place her at Delta Red's headquarters and hope for the best. Whether it was her recent self-awareness or Vega's beatdown, Killer Bee awakens with amnesia. She has no idea who she is, she has no memory of being in Shadaloo.
And they're just gonna trust that she knows what to do.
And then she's found by Colonel Wolfman, the leader of Delta Red, who takes her under his wing. While she can't remember her past, she still retains muscle memory of the combat she used to do. And seeing such an exceptionally gifted person, Wolfman recruits her into Delta Red, giving her the name Cammy White. So yeah, that's where she got her name. I should also mention that Capcom went out of their way to establish the supergroup that is Delta Red, and while I'm sure they're way more fleshed out in the comics or whatever, there's nothing to them in the games. They'd probably be fun to explore as characters, but until Capcom wants to include them in the story mode, you'll just have to accept that Cammy has found herself a family of misfits. People that actually treat her like a human being instead of a tool. Also cats. It turns out Cammy is super in love with kitty cats. I don't blame her. I'm a bit of a cat person as well.
I like cats. I'm more of a dog person.
In terms of backstory, there's not much else to know about Street Fighter 2. But now we're at the hard part. Figuring out what exactly happened. This game's lore is never talked about in future games. They never say who won the tournament, they never indicate who anyone's opponents were. It's just a matter of fact that by the end of it, M. Bison dies again. Some of the endings occur, and then we proceed to the next game. Okay, but for this video, I wanted to analyze every piece of Street Fighter media I could to see if I could figure this out. And a lot of the stuff I'm going to tell you is pure speculation. I can't verify that a lot of this stuff is true, but I would very much like to believe that it is. Okay, first up, I gotta mention the 4 Aftermath videos. In 2008, Capcom released 4 animated shorts that served as a prologue to Street Fighter 4. Their purpose being to bridge the gap between the two games. They're fairly obscure, and I wouldn't blame anyone for not knowing about them, since there's a lot of links and websites from the era that no longer work. Luckily, they're all still on YouTube. One short centers around Chun-Li, and in it, we get a lot of interesting flashbacks regarding the tournament, including a brief scene of Chun-Li battling Ken Masters. Considering how short Ken's hair is, and the fact that Chun is wearing her iconic costume, I have to believe that this was during the tournament. Who won? Well, honestly, I'm leaning towards Ken, because we also get a glimpse of him battling a brunette Vega inside of a caged area, much like that encounter would be in Street Fighter 2. And considering that Vega was thought to be dead in Street Fighter 4, I gotta assume that Ken beat this dude's ass. What else? Okay. Ryu must have defeated Zangief. In Street Fighter 4, whenever you win with Zangief against any of the Shotos, he is always making a comment about how much he hates fireballs. It's one of his major personal dislikes.
More fireballs?
Now, there's nothing to say that they couldn't have battled each other in the Alpha period, but interestingly enough, when you clear arcade mode with Ryu in 2008's Street Fighter 2 HD Remix, you actually get a glimpse of his opponents. And one of them was the Red Cyclone. So, it's my personal headcanon that Ryu defeated Zangief with his Hadouken, and there's been some animosity about that ever since. And if we're using those endings as proof, then it also goes to say that Blanca probably took on Dalsum as well as Ryu. But the Japanese Shoto has to reign supreme, because in the Aftermath videos, we also see him take down Sagat for a second time, which is backed up by the profiles of the 30th anniversary game. So yes, Ryu challenged Sagat again and emerged victorious. The Muay Thai Emperor would not feel anger, however, because by this point, he now respects the World Warrior. And seriously, that's all I've got. Now we have to answer the question of what happened to Bison. Well, first off, he had to have battled Ryu. I do not believe for a second that Ryu wasn't the final competitor, because by Street Fighter V, Bison has built him up as his mortal enemy. And they'd have to fight more than once to get to that point. Sagat is the second last fighter in Street Fighter 2, so it just goes within reason that Ryu's next opponent would be the finals of the tournament. Well, Ken defeated Vega, so I'm sure he got to fight Ryu again, but he's not the main character, okay? In 1992, Capcom released a memorial album that was supposed to make you wonder what the characters were up to after the tournament. Well, after a fierce battle with Ryu, Bison vanished without a trace. That seems pretty straightforward. But then again, this franchise has been pretty damn retconny. You know, in Cammy's original ending, Bison tells her that they used to be lovers.
What?
The original plot twist was that she was secretly his girlfriend, which, that's certainly...
Even though, wait a second. Hold on. Do I need to get the police involved? She was a clone, right? She was a clone that was brainwashed by him into doing all of his bidding. And oh wait, also a clone of him, so like also related to him, so also technically his like child or something. And then now this? What is happening? Do I need to call Alabama?
No longer the case. If you play the more recent Ultra Street Fighter 2, her ending reflects the real truth that she was an assassin named Killer B. And this conversation had to have happened at some point because in the next game, Cammy is now aware of everything, including her memories of Junie, Julie, DiCapri, and all of the dolls. She didn't necessarily have to fight Bison, she could have just been on the sidelines while Ryu was kicking his ass. But now let's get to brass tacks. How does this game end? Well, if you saw my earlier Tekken video, you already have an idea. Because during the fight, Akuma comes out of fucking nowhere and performs the Raging Demon on Bison.
Akuma can't just come out of nowhere.
This is backed up by the 30th anniversary profiles stating
spawned
that Akuma
in.
challenged the dictator during the World Warrior Tournament. Okay, mystery solved. Whew, that was easy. Unless you completely ignore the 2008 Aftermath videos. Because again, in this official Capcom animated short, they show the final moments that immediately follow Street Fighter 2, where Bison is in a 5-on-1 battle against Ryu, Ken, Chun-Li, Guile, and Cammy.
Oh my
They have
goodness.
chased him into the woods and are having one hell of a fight, ending when Chun-Li creates a giant crater with her Kikosho wave. It looks like Bison is cornered, but he just laughs it off. And then, he overloads himself with psycho power and just friggin' explodes. Yep. Bison kills himself.
What?
The explosion is so massive that it destroys his base, leaving behind no evidence of Shadaloo's existence.
Huh?
As you may have noticed, Akuma had nothing to do with this ending. So again, this is the confusing nature of Street Fighter's lore. I believed for years that Akuma was the one who defeated M. Bison, but I mean, when you think about it, they never interact past this point. Wouldn't Bison want to immediately get revenge, to capture
Yeah, if he
Akuma's
did.
body and possess him?
Yeah.
But no, instead, he just keeps focusing on Ryu.
Wait a second. Wait. He wants Ryu's body because he has the killer intent. Juices, right? Akuma's right there. It's Akuma's like consciousness or will too strong to overpower, and that's why he wants Ryu, who's a kid and whose consciousness is not as strong as his.
So I guess we have to go by Aftermath and just assume that Bison fled and blew himself up. If you have any clues that I missed, feel free to mention it in the comments. And remember, it's one thing to say I'm wrong, but if you're gonna say that the skulls around Dalsum's neck are from children who died of illness, please tell me where that's established. What interview?
What?
What biography?
Who said that?
What Nintendo Power magazine? Cite your sources, because I can't be the only one busting my butt researching these answers. But I digress. A few things happen after the tournament. See, this event was televised, and in Brazil, a woman named Samantha notices something interesting about the jungle beast Blanca. The metal anklet that he wears. She rushes to the airport and intercepts the Jolly Green Giant because she just found her long-lost child Jimmy after all these years. Yeah, we get a family reunion as Blanca can finally go back home. Aww. Chun-Li, having seen the death of Bison firsthand, figures she's gotten her revenge. Having made her father proud, she gives up the Interpol job and becomes a civilian. In fact, she even becomes a waitress at a restaurant front, where her fighting ability is no doubt very useful.
Oh.
Returning to Siberia, Zangief gets an
That's sweet.
overwhelming urge to show the world what he's capable of. And by pure coincidence, he gets approached by a promoter behind the largest wrestling federation in the world. That's right, he gets approached by Vince McMahon. So now, with a lucrative contract, Zangief can demonstrate his power in the not WWE. And then we come to the big moments. Meeting all of these wonderful people at the tournament, Ken Masters realizes that there's more to life than just fighting. He wants to take the next step, so he asks his girlfriend Eliza for her hand in marriage.
Oh,
and
Ken!
she says yes!
Yay! He's a married man.
He marries the girl of his dreams with Ryu as the best man at his wedding.
Aww.
I think this is the only time you're going to see Ryu wearing a suit.
And shoes.
Also, you'll notice that Guile is actually one of the groomsmen as well. And there's a reason for that. See, Guile is a family man. He has a lovely wife named Julia and a precious daughter named Amy.
He
a
does?
family who was worried about Guile because of his need to get revenge over Charlie's death. But with Bison defeated, he's finally ready to move on. Anyway, Julia is actually sisters with Ken's girlfriend Eliza. So, because of the wedding, Ken and Guile are now officially stepbrothers.
Aw.
Welcome to the family, son. And finally, whether Akuma defeated Bison or not, he still continues to torment Ryu, to convince him to give in to the Satsui no Hado, to give him the challenge he's been looking for. But Ryu still will not budge. He refuses to sacrifice his humanity, thus earning himself another beatdown. But it's okay, Ryu, because help is on the way, as a certain somebody might not be dead after all.
His master?
I'm so sorry I have to do this.
His master's still alive? Okay, we have to stop here before Street Fighter 3. I gotta get ready to go on my errands soon. Hey, we're gonna have another stream later today after I finish all my errands. I will see you guys later. Not next time. I'll see you guys later. We're gonna continue Dragon Quest VII in later stream. Okay, bye.